Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on the prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field, there's a towel. Bank of America, stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack, that's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun, staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding, pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Tober like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide at the wide receivers, it's a route. Secret weapon make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the Hood, hometown go boom. Force and fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, What's up, Carolina? Keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding.
Purchase your track
Ice
now.
up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding.
Purchase your track now.
What's up, Keep Pounding crew? We're back today with another video, a live stream. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page, Keep Pounding, in all caps for in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app, Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League. If you want to get your hands on an intro like this one you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I Lindara, L-I-N-D-A-R-A, for panels, videos, etc. She's looking for new clients. She's priced very, very well, and she's an awesome individual to work with. So go check her out. Go work with her if you're a content creator. You won't regret it. Lindara Ty on Instagram. Ty, T-A-I Lindara, L-I-N-D-A-R-A. Alrighty. Post-draft stream. Here we are, folks. How we feeling? How are we feeling? I gotta say, that was a fire draft. I'm very, very pleased. You know, there's a lot to take away from that. Let me see if, I'm make sure I'm joined in on the Discord. There we go. And we're in.
Yay.
Alright, so I got my boy David here from the team chat. The crew is here. We're ready to rock and roll, folks. There we go. I wonder why my camera wasn't straight. That's weird. Anyway, shout out David Screws. He says, I hit the like button. There you go. There you go. There's the energy we like. Especially if you're new here, hit that like button. Especially the bell, because we got new gaming content coming this month. So you don't want to miss any of that. We got a scheduled release stream on the 14th coming up too. So you definitely want to be a part of that. We'll do our way too early schedule prediction for 2025. And yeah, we'll let people comment on that, you know, and get them involved in conversations about it, you know. So keep pounding, keep winning. Yes, sir. That's the attitude. That's the energy we're trying to put into play here in Carolina. And I think with this draft, we did a spectacular job of getting a lot closer to where we want to be. And
Definitely.
I'm pleased with it. 2025 season, let's go. Yes, sir. That's the energy. That's the energy. David Screws coming in with the positive energy today. I feel that, man. I feel that. You energizing me right now. I'm feeding off of you. Let's go, man. Hashtag keep pounding. Yes, sir. Yeah. Just living life, just trying to make it and do better. Yes, sir. That's what's up, man. And, David, I know you got some exciting news. You're feeling better and able to go back to work.
Oh yes, I can't wait. Going back Friday morning.
That is fantastic, man. And some things are bigger than football, so you got to make that money. You got to be able to be healthy, and get back on your feet and keep pounding through those issues.
Yes, sir.
So that's big right there, man. That's big. I'll tell you what else is big. Signing Hunter Renfro. Yes,
Man,
sir.
what are you saying? Oh my
Yes,
lord.
sir.
I'm gonna be highly upset if we do not keep him.
If this man doesn't ball out, I'm going to be upset. Because I vouched for this dude for like an entire year, bro.
I don't think we'll have to
No
worry about
cap.
him not being able to ball out because he's been wanting to come back to football and he's only been gone for a year. So,
Oh,
I
absolutely.
feel like he's still able to handle his own.
Oh, absolutely. I vouch for this dude, man. Our first wide receiver from the Dabo Sweeney era in Clemson. And I vouch for every single one of those wide receivers that comes out of that camp. Every one of them. Wide receiver university is called that for a reason, and I'm excited to see what he can do for us. We could use him in a variety of ways, and this is this is a huge add to our locker room. He's going to bring that all-in energy, and 110% energy into the locker room, and that's exactly the attitude and energy we're looking for, in Carolina.
Yep.
They got the all-in energy. They got the 110%. Add that to the keep pounding mantra, and oh my goodness, man! And we got Travis Etienne's brother, Trevor Etienne, in the building too.
Yes. And did you see how we have Icky's brother coming to our rookie camp?
I saw that too. It feels good. It feels good.
They really trying to make it a family oriented team.
I love that. And that's we're trying to get back to that, really, because we fell off of that for a while. With all the GMs and head coaches that we had, and it fell off of the tracks when Jared Richardson sold the team to David Tepper. But I love that Dan and Dave are just committed to doing that. That is wonderful. And, I said many times that I thought this management was allergic to Clemson players, and now I'm having to eat my crow. I'm having to eat my crow, and I'm proud to do it. Oh, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful feeling today. Let's dive into this. David Screw says, what do you rate the draft at free agency? 1 being lowest, 10 being the highest, solid 8 to 9 is your prediction, David Fields. And
Yeah.
David Screw says 9, a strong 9. We still need a few pieces, but the talent overall is supreme in my book. Yeah, I think we all agree on that. I'll give it an 8.5. Mainly because I feel like we kind of rushed the positional drafting a little bit with the running back in the 4th round. But, my whole thing is like, don't panic. Don't panic, because when you go into undrafted players, you start to fill in those gaps. And we got a guard, we got a linebacker, we got a corner. You know, and those were the three things that I was concerned that we didn't get. So I was like, okay, what are we going to do about that? And sure enough, we signed all three. The linebacker's a thumper, man. We need to pull up that video short of him. Where is that?
Oh yeah, he is a beast.
Yeah, I need people to see this, dude, because that dude's an animal. Let's see. We got quite a bit of content to go through here. So we can't spend too much time on this, but I'm trying to find it. If you find it first, PM it to me. I feel like I put it in team chat, didn't I?
That's what I'm looking in now because I want to say
Yeah,
that's
me
where
too.
I saw it at too.
I thought I posted it in there. Drafted. And I mean, we'll go through the 10 undrafted in a minute. ESPN gives us an A+ grade.
Yep.
How do you feel about that? I mean, ESPN has routinely crapped on us, and that's shocking. I can't believe it. Yeah, I don't see it in there.
I don't either. That's crazy because I know you posted it.
Yeah, I feel like I did too. Yeah. I think I found it.
Yeah, I got it.
I got it too. All right. Let me show it on screen. Y'all are gonna love this guy. I was talking about him in the car stream earlier, which never materialized, of course. Because for some reason, every time I try to car stream, something goes wrong with my car. Ironically enough. I don't know what it is. It's the most bizarre thing ever. But maybe y'all are jinxing my car. I don't know. Alright, so this is Tuazisi V Mamora. I can't pronounce that first name. Forgive me if I butchered it. But here I'm infamous for that, so don't mind me for that, okay? Alright, so here we go. Now, this guy is a hidden gem. Look how hard he hits people. God! Actually, let me turn on the sound for this because y'all need to hear these hits. Y'all need to hear these hits.
Has a natural instinct for the football that you cannot coach. He's able to navigate traffic at a high rate of speed, and that is something, again, that you cannot find. He is nasty instinctive and just hits you like a train. There are guys that just have the it factor, things that are just natural, and Nomura has it. And that downhill shell shock hitting ability reminds me a lot of Troy Polamalu. Which makes you wonder if he could actually convert to safety if he wanted
He's got
to.
the
He
hair
also
of
started
Troy
off his career
Polamalu.
at UFC. Check this out.
God!
Goodness, what a hit! Nomura.
Also, Nomura is just freakishly tough. During his time at USC, apparently.
Jeez. That is insane. That is insane. Alright, let me replay that hit, because y'all gotta see
Where
this
he played
again.
through a compound fractured broken hand.
No, it broke his.
He played through a compound fracture broken hand. Y'all. And still managed to do that. That's what I need y'all to understand. Are you serious? A compound fracture, broken hand, and he still managed to hit like that. I don't even. What did we just sign?
Even Davis Cruz even said he looks like Palomalu.
He does though. He's got the Palomalu hair. And guess what? Y'all know where Troy Polamalu first came from, right? The Trojans.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the next Troy Polamalu. We got to train him up, of course, but oh my God. Did we just sign the next Troy Polamalu? No. No, we got to see these hits again. Hold up. I'm going to mute it until we get to that last one, because I need y'all to hear this one. That last one. Y'all could literally feel that. My God, bro. Alright, so he's saying this dude is a gem.
I didn't know you were asleep. Yeah, she was doing that when I came in there to get you a while ago. She said she told her she could take her home.
Hey, look at this tackle technique, man. This is beautiful. That's a beautiful technique. Dan cooking in the kitchen. Yes, he is. You right about that, David. God, that's a big dude right there. Look how quickly he got his arms around that dude. As soon as he caught the ball, he was already on him. Last time I saw that was Troy. I bet he studied Troy on tape too. That's crazy, dude. No. Here we go. Here's this last hit. Listen to this. Y'all ready? Listen to this. God! Woo! I can't even. I don't even know what to do with this, bro. That is disgusting. Where did we get this dude from? Whew. Oh, man. Alright, so y'all got a good taste of who this dude is, man. And nobody's really paying attention to him. He is going completely unnoticed in our unsigned list. So, let's keep that in mind. Alright, so the next thing is the unsigned list itself. Let's go through the undrafted list itself. Because we got a lot of things going on here. Okay. I love how they put Clemson legend on here. On the main website. That's beautiful, man. And they put a video up of his highlights. Which really makes me happy. So the corner we picked up was MJ Devonshire. That we got off waivers. Former 7th round pick from the Raiders. And that's one of those guys I wanted to kind of learn more about. Alright, David, you back, man?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, tell me about MJ Devonshire. Got a 5'11", 179-pound guy from Kentucky and Pitt. Spent the
Let's
last
see.
year on the Raiders practice squad. We got him off waivers. Yeah, tell me a little bit more about this dude.
What was his name?
MJ Devonshire.
Let's see. Alright, so.
Oh, yeah. We'll cover the kicker in a minute. Thank you for pointing that out, David. For sure. In chat.
So. Doesn't look like he has played. He has not played in the NFL because he doesn't have any NFL stats. And the last college stats he has is from 2023 when he was with Pitt. Alright, so we'll go off of his most recent stats that is showing. And that was 2023. He had a total of 32 tackles. 18 of them were soloed. 14 was assisted. He doesn't have any sacks. And he doesn't have any sacks in college at all. His interceptions. He had no interceptions in 19 and 20. He had 1 interception in 21, 3 in 22, and 4 in 23.
Okay.
Let's see. He's only had 3 total touchdowns in his college career. 1 in 22, or 2 in 22, 1 in 23.
It seems like this dude was brought in for competition's sake.
Yeah, that's what I'm gathering out of it as well.
Because we signed a corner that was a former Viking, and I'm trying to find it on the main page here. Somebody had posted a picture of all our corners. But yeah, we have a massive wide receiver core. Oh, good. Anna put the video of the Nomura up on the Facebook page. Thank you. Appreciate that. Because I want people to notice that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In our group, anyway. You know, for our fan base. But I mean, if we're talking like other teams, I want that to stay as silent as a graveyard. Because I don't want them to know that we've got somebody of that caliber waiting in the wings. You know, and the more plays that he makes during preseason, the more people are going to notice him. But see, that's the thing. But yeah, people have already posted it. Cool. Let me see transactions. All right, so we'll go through the undrafted signings first, and then we'll talk about the actual draft, and then we'll do video reactions, pressers, and whatnot. Because I want to go through and I want to see who these players are. You know what I mean? Like, how do you present yourself? You know, body language, etc. You know, and I also want to hear from Dan and Dave, too. You know, because they have specific reasons why they signed some of these guys and drafted some of these guys. The biggest thing that happened during the draft that I noticed was we extended Icky.
Yeah.
We gave him that 5th-year option. I do want to briefly cover that. How do you feel about that? Because I was 50-50 on the fence about that one.
Yeah, I don't know if I really agree with that 100% because of the simple fact of he really didn't show up last year like he should have.
Mm,
I mean, maybe he's done some stuff in the off season, and everybody feels like okay, he's worth picking up his 5th year option, but
mm.
I'm just waiting to see what.
My whole thing is like they rated it a top 5 offensive line last year, and but we all knew that Icky could not play 4 whole quarters of football. For 75% of the season. I'd say closer to 85% of the season. So how much was that 5th-year option? Is it worth giving it to him after all of that? Maybe. It may be just a prove it year, really. And we're looking for his replacement next year.
Yeah, that's very possible as well.
Because, eventually we're going to be looking for an offensive left tackle, in free agency next year. Whether it'll be his backup or his replacement. So, I'm not sure which it's going to be. Now, let's see. Do they have any of the undrafted signings up on the transactions page? So I'm looking right now. Christian Rosenblum. Christian Rosebloom. Is he one of the new ones?
Yes.
Okay. We agreed to a contract with him. I don't see Dan Chesnia surviving training camp.
No, I think he's going to be one of the. I think he's going to be one of the casualties.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think he'll even make squad. And I hate to say that because he's had 2 years, to get himself noticed. It just hasn't happened for him. So maybe this is the year. We'll see. He's got one more chance. Good luck to him.
This is basically the make it or break it season.
And to players like that are on the bubble like that, I tell you, I'm addressing y'all specifically. Put in the work. Make them notice you. Just like in the Hunger Games, make them notice you. If they don't notice you, you're raw meat. You're going to get tossed aside. And that happens every year to a lot of players. And, they go back and forth between different training camps and they just never get signed. And it's disappointing, You got Colin Granger. He's going to be a casualty for sure. Because I think once they figure out what Mitchell Evans can do, Granger will either be on squad or he'll be gone. There's a few of these guys that are going to end up just not even making it. Okay, so we do officially have Cade Mays and LeBron Ray on our roster, correct?
Yes.
Good.
Let me double check that right quick. Hold on, because I don't want to sit here and say yes and it not be right. So
yeah, we tendered Cade Mays, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's on our roster. That's the big one. I'm not as interested in LeBron Ray. But we gotta have Cade.
No, he can definitely go.
Oh. Alright,
All
so
right, let's see.
we tendered him, but that doesn't mean he's on the roster. See, that's the thing.
Cade Mays is on our roster.
That's what I like to hear.
And who was the other one?
Brian Ray.
Let's see.
He should be as well. If they tendered him, then yes.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not as interested in Brian Ray as I am Cade Mays, like I said. Because Cade Mays we have to have. That's a necessary piece. And we managed to retain all of our offensive line pieces, ladies and gentlemen. This is a beautiful sight. That's a very beautiful sight. Right there. Because we can do a lot with that.
We still have 3. We have 8 of our draft picks who have not officially signed yet.
That's not unusual. It's going to take a little bit before you get them all signed. But we will get them all signed. So what undrafted free agents that we signed did I not talk about yet? Let's cover all of them. And then we'll get to the main event. Because I know there's a good list. I had it in the team chat. I know we did.
Yeah, it's in there. Team.
Here it is. Found it. Alright, so Ethan Garbers, the quarterback. Talk to me about him because he's supposed to be replacing the third string quarterback that we're looking at right now, or at least giving him competition.
So you said Ethan Garbers. Let me read
Yeah.
up some stats on him right quick.
Hope y'all don't mind me eating on stream. To the chat, I mean,
Oh no,
I know you don't.
Right.
Yeah.
PLA quarterback. All right, give me some stats. Let's go look 'em. I posted all these up. Okay. So.
You're playing me a robotic song right now, man. You're lagging out right now. But yeah, here's your list. You got Caron Lynch Adams. You got Jacoby George. The big boy, son of the legendary Moose Muhammad. Musa Muhammad III.
All right.
Corey
I've got the
Thornton.
Garber stats. All right, so it looks like he played his whole college career at UCLA.
Okay.
So we have from 2021 to 2024. Okay. For passing stats for his numbers went up every year from what I'm looking at, so I definitely like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go ahead and read those off so you can see for yourself. In 2021, he was 31 for 51 with a 60% completion rating,
Okay.
305 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 3 sacks. 22, he had 26 for 37 with a 70% completion, 295 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 3 sacks. 23, he had 98 for 146, dropped down to a 67 completion rating, 1,136 yards, 11 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 12 sacks. And 24, he was 235 completed out of 363 attempts, 64 completion rating for 2,727 yards. He had 16 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, and 32 sacks.
The 11 interceptions. Ugh. But
That was-
everything
yeah.
else looks amazing.
For rushing, he had 8 for 21. He had 18 carries for 31 yards. No touchdowns. 22, he had 7 carries for no yards, 2 touchdowns. 23, 35 carries for 127 yards, no touchdown.
All right.
24, he had 83 carries for 136 yards and 1 touchdown.
All right, so what that tells me is he's a scrambler, but he's not like a Cam Newton type. He just scrambles up the middle if he sees a gap. So essentially, what you're doing with the next what's his name from Clemson? The quarterback. That's in Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially you're doing with the next Trevor Lawrence, except, you got half the rushing plays, that are design rush plays used for him. I do like the fact that he had elevated play time as he went along. Like, they started to trust him more and more and more, which is a good sign. And that completion percentage stayed the same. It was consistent. Did y'all notice that?
Yeah.
It was consistently in the 60s range.
Yeah. Yep.
That caught my attention right out of the gate. So the
He
more
didn't go below 60, so.
the more passes they gave him, passing attempts, the more he just showed out. And he said, I can still do this. I can still show you I'm accurate.
Hockey said we missed a wide receiver on the unrestricted free on the undrafted free agent signing. Kobe Hudson,
Okay.
wide receiver.
Okay, so who is this?
Go look him up.
Yeah. I'm gonna have you working tonight, Bo. We came to work. You know what I mean? Shout out Lock Poppy. He says, yeah, he just mentioned it. Okay.
UCF Knights wide receiver. Okay. Ooh. All right. So college stats for 2024 season. Altogether, he has 47 receptions for 770 yards, 4 touchdowns, and an average of 16 point yards per carry. Decent 24 season. All right. So
I like that average.
he started out with Auburn in 20 and 21, and then he went to UCF 22 through 24.
Battle tester.
So Auburn in 2020, he had 7 receptions, 70 yards, no touchdowns. He averaged 10 yards per carry. And in 21, he had 44 receptions for 580 yards, 13.2 average, 4 touchdowns. All right, then he went to UCF in 22, 39 receptions, 641 yards, average of 16.4 yards a carry with 7 touchdowns.
Ooh, red zone
23,
threat.
44 receptions for 900 yards, 20.5 average with 8 touchdowns. And then he kind of slipped back in 24. He had 47 receptions for 770 yards, 16.4 average, and 4 touchdowns.
Okay. So this dude is a red zone threat, short and medium. That's what those numbers are telling me. And he has excellent hands, good speed. Obviously, if you're getting that type of average, and obviously the ability to get open in tight coverage. So, because you're dealing with a guy that's UCF, and UCF deals with a lot of really, really tough corners in that conference, as well as the SEC. So he's battle tested. So I like this signing. I think he may or may not make it out of training camp, but it's excellent competition for a practice squad spot.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I think he might be one of the surprises out of that wide receiver list. Just a feeling right now. You know, we are looking for these short yardage receivers, slant receivers, stuff like that. And this dude could be a good quality candidate for that. But if you're trying to push him too far, he's not going to be able to give you that. If you're expecting him to become the next Moose Muhammad, he's not going to give you that. So you got to play him as he is. And I like our management, being able to play these guys as they are and who they are. William Good says, so with all these wide receivers, who do you want? Make sure that's... Oh, who do we keep? Okay. See, the emoticon was in the way on my phone chat. I had to go onto my streaming software to see it. Watch the linebacker from Fresno State. He could be nice. Oh, okay. Who is that again? Is that Bam Martin Scott? Because we covered Namara, man. Namara is a beast. I like Namara. Yeah, we'll get to those offensive linemen last, because I want to cover that too.
No, Bam Martin Scott went to South Carolina.
Okay, so who's the linebacker he's referring to? Oh, Tavosi. Yeah. We just showed like a highlight reel of him. Have you seen it, William Good? If not, we'll be glad to play it one more time. But we gotta make it quick, because we got some pressers to get through too. I was hearing good things about Bam Martin Scott.
So I'm gonna go ahead and pull him up.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to do a deep dive on some of these guys, man. That's what this stream is for.
Alright, so Bam Martin Scott only played 3 years of college. 22 through 24, all of it was in South Carolina.
Oh, Gamecock.
Let's see. For 22, he had a total of 16 tackles, 10 solos, 6 assists, 3 pass deflections, no sacks, 1 interception for 37 yards. 23, he had 38 total. 27 of them were solo, 11 were assisted, 1 pass deflection, 2 sacks. And 24, he had 67 total, 39 are solo, 28 assisted, 2 pass deflections, 2.5 sacks, and no yards, no INTs for the last 2 years.
Okay, send me those stats because I want to take a closer look at them.
All right.
He was advertised as a coverage linebacker, from what I heard. And if that's what he is, I'm very interested in that. Because I did say that we needed a coverage linebacker. We got all these run-stopping linebackers. This dude could be a very good outside linebacker for us and able to help us in zone coverages and things like that. Because I know Evero likes to favor that a lot. Let me see. All right. See how those assist numbers go up?
What?
The assist numbers go up. The pass deflections are pretty consistent.
The solo numbers go up as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that definitely tells me that he improves every.
Yeah. How good is he as a coverage linebacker? What is he? Is he what we're looking for? Do you think?
The numbers he's got for college, and we all know that the league is not like college. So my question is, can he hold the same standards as he was in college, where he's constantly getting better every year, or is this just something we're taking a risk on to see if he will develop?
Yeah, that's my question. Yeah, because we don't know what Evero's going to do with a coverage linebacker.
Right, and we already know, Evero is, from what we saw last year, he's really, really iffy.
And I don't want to hear any excuses. We got this man all the weaponry he could ever need to play around with it on defense. We got him depth. We got him everything he needs. But I don't want to hear the excuses from this man when we fail on defense this year.
There's no excuse for it. None at all.
If the players are not good, then the players are not good. We'll know that going in before the games even start because we'll get a good look at them during training camp videos. That's the whole purpose of being able to go to these training camps, is to be able to see these guys before they hit the field. I'm looking for mechanics. I'm looking for hands. I'm looking for footwork. I'm looking for the little things. And if those go off, then we'll know that we got a player that needs work. So, with that being said, no, we don't need him to be Luke Kuechly out there, but we need him to be the best version of himself. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And nobody's ever going to measure up to Luke. That's legendary shoes, my friend. Nobody can measure up to that.
Big shoes.
And speaking of Luke, I got a signed mini helmet of Luke Kuechly.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Took me a while to get a good price on something like this, man, but it's beautiful. That's a centerpiece right there. I got Thomas Davis, I got Greg Olson too. And shout out Big Cat for letting me buy the Thomas Davis one off of him for $100. By the way, much love to you. Much love to you, man.
Nice. That is nice.
I'll take anybody from 2015 squad, man. Anybody. Anybody that wants to sell me anything from 2015 squad, let's do it. Give me a fair price, I'll talk to you. I'm currently hunting up a Ryan Khalil, man, right now. I don't have Ryan Khalil yet. Nothing Ryan Khalil yet. So if y'all got anything Ryan Khalil, talk to me. We'll talk pricing. But any of the other years, nah, I'm good. unless it's a really big name player, Steve Smith or somebody like that, or Julius Peppers, then we'll talk. But that's a big piece right there. But big news, man. The Falcons got fined $250,000, and DC Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 over the leak of Shedeur Sanders' phone number. Hey,
So far,
Falcons.
they've had, I want to say, I've seen 3, maybe 4 different players that received prank calls during the draft.
Yep, Tyler Warren was one of them. I heard about that one. Hey, Falcons, you gonna keep failing? Got him. Had to take my shot, man. Had to take my shot. Y'all keep stealing my defensive players, man, every year. I don't know whether we got Falcons scouts in our VODs or what, man, but y'all people keep stealing our players every year, bro. Y'all got A.J. Terrell from us a few years ago. I was not happy about that. So I need y'all Falcons scouts to stay out of my chat, please. And out my VODs. Y'all got enough problems going on, it looks like. God. Alright. So let's continue the content. Oh, okay. So Hunter explained that last year's absence was due to an autoimmune condition. Caused him to experience fevers and dropped him down to 150 pounds. Wow,
Right
dude.
there, yeah.
103 degree fevers?
Yes, for 7
Good
straight
God,
days.
dude. Wow. I can't even imagine, bro.
Now they finally got it under control, and
Thank God,
ready
man.
to-
Prayers
He's
up
ready
for
to
Hunter,
come
man. I hate to say something like this, but it worked out for us, because we managed to get him. If he'd have stayed in the league like that extra year, we may not have gotten him. I don't think so, anyway. Knowing our management and the fact that we weren't even centered on wide receivers last year, we might not have gotten them. So,
Ooh, I like that post right there. The wide receiver room is gonna make the DBs better during mini camp and training camp leading into the regular season.
Oh, you did Luke Kuechly as a defensive coordinator. Now, that I agree with. I sign off on that.
Oh, definitely. Real quick.
100%. Can you imagine if he was our DC and we had the offense we got right now building up?
Man, look.
We got a dynasty incoming. I'm telling you. Switch that back to a 4-3. Let that man cook. Bruh. It's over with. It's over with. Because you know he's going to get the right people. We got Dan Morgan as our GM. Those two are going to work together. That's the two best linebackers in Panthers history working together.
Yep.
Oh my God. Hey, you know he's in Dan's ear every day, too. Don't tell me you ain't. Alright, so Panthers have won the draft according to Nico on Twitter. Total home run to get Bryce. His guy assures he will continue to cook and fill your needs at edge with a 20-year-old that should have gone in the first round. Oof. I'm telling you. But yeah. We got reactions to everybody. I want to react to a few different content creators tonight too that were reacted to those draft picks. And I want to get my hands on a Hunter Renfrow jersey too.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now that I'm going back to work, I'm definitely gonna try to get me one.
There it is.
Definitely.
There it is, y'all. There's our wide receiver core. 2023 versus 2025. And notice how much that has improved. I'm very, very happy with that. Yeah, Mingo we traded away. DJ Chark is gone. Chenault's gone. Although Chenault served his purpose, man. So did DJ. ISM served his purpose, man. He was excellent for us. And when you go back and you look at kick returns, who was the front runner? You know, for kick returners for us, it was ISM. And I was very happy with that. It was putting up good numbers. Adam Thielen is the only one left from that first crew.
Yep.
And we'll talk about Jimmy Horn Jr. in a minute. But again, like, I want to cover all the undrafted people and just deep dive into this. Because there's a lot there. You know what I mean? So let's see. Trying to find it in chat. There it is. Alright. So we got the late great legend son on our roster now in our wide receiver core. Musa Muhammad III. I'm excited about this one. Because if he's anything like his dad, he's going to go beast mode, man.
I'm gonna pull up his stats right now.
And then we'll get to Corey Thornton and Jacoby George afterwards.
Right. Alright, so he was at Texas A&M his whole career in college. 21 through 24. Alright, for 21 receiving stats, we got 10 receptions for 153 yards, 15.3 average, 4 touchdowns. 22, we got 38 receptions, 610 yards, 16.1 average, 4 touchdowns. 23, we got 27 receptions for 345 yards, 12.8 average, 2 touchdowns. 24, 6 receptions, 55 yards, 9.2 average, 2 touchdowns. So those numbers dropped drastically after 22. Let's see.
Thanks for sharing that. Absolutely, man.
His returning stats for 21, he had 7 attempts for 61 yards. 22, he had 14 attempts for 94 yards. 23, he had 6 attempts for 39 yards. So he didn't have no returns for last year.
Special teamer?
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me, special teamer. We're going to give him a shot, you know, in camp, but we'll give him a couple of throws, see how he does. But
yeah, I kind of feel like he's going to be probably starting out on the practice squad. He may wind up moving up, depending on how the wide receiver room goes. Because right now, we are stacked.
Right.
So we still got to figure out, you know, who they're gonna keep, who they're gonna let go of. But I feel just because of who he is, I feel like they're gonna keep him at least on the practice squad for now, and see if they can't to the 53.
I mean, if you're keeping him for name only, then yeah, he's gonna get cut. Because that's not a proper reason to keep somebody. It's for name only. But if they've got the skills and they happen to be a good special teamer or a good wide receiver, okay, cool. I don't have a problem with it. But if you're just keeping him for the name, no.
And from who his daddy is, he definitely got somebody to learn from, that's for sure.
True.
Well, I can definitely teach him some things. Now, whether he takes heed to it and, you know, actually puts effort, then that's something that's going to be determined. But, you know, as of right now, I don't really see anything with practice squad.
Let's talk about that kicker situation, too. I want to cover that while David Screws is still in chat.
All right.
We sign a kicker that
yes, I remember that because I posted in the chat possibly Eddie Money's replacement.
Yeah. Talk to me about some of those stats, man, because nobody's talking about this dude. And I want to cover it. I want to be the one streamer that covers it, man. Because when this dude goes off and he starts making a bunch of extra points and field goals, man, I don't want people to be surprised, you know, if this dude's got the talent.
Ryan Fitzgerald.
I want people to come back to my boss and say, oh, he called it out first. You darn right I did.
Alright, Florida Seminole place kicker. Give me the stats. Alright, so he played 4 years at Florida State, all 4 years, or he played 20 to 24. He was at Florida State all that time. Let's see, 20, he had 4 made field goals, 57 percentage. 20 to 29 yards, he was 3 for 3. 30 to 39, he was 0 for 2. 40 from 40 to 49, he was 1 for 2. 50 plus had none. His longest kick of that year was 42. 21, he had 10 made field goals. He averaged 13. Field goal attempts, he had 13. Percentage was 76.9. He didn't make any field goals from 1 yard to 19 yards. 20 to 29 yards, he was 3 for 3. 30 to 39, he was 4 for 3. 40 to 49, he was 2 for 3. And 50 plus, he was 1 for 2. His longest for 21 was 53 yards. Extra point was 37 for 41. Let's see, 22, he made 12 field goals out of 20, 60 percentage. Again, he was 0 for the 1 through 19. 20 to 29, he was 5 for 6. 30 to 39, he was 3 for 6. 40 for 49, he was 4 for 5. And 50 plus, he was 0 for 3. His longest was 47 yards that year. His extra points was 57 out of 58. Okay. Not bad at all. 23, he had 19 made field goals, attempted 21 of them. Damn, his field goal percentage went up to 90.5. He was 1 for 1 out of the 1 through 19. 5 for 6 for 20 to 29. He was 8 for 8 for 30 to 39. 5 for 6 for 40 to 49. His longest of that year was 48. And his extra points, he made every one, 58 out of 58. 24. He had 14 made field goals. No, hold on, what did I say? 24. 24, he had 13 made field goals out of 13 attempts. So he was 100% all across the board, with 59 being his longest. Damn. 14 out of 14 for extra points.
All right, Eddie. You got some competition on your hands, man. Got some heat coming at you right there.
Yeah, definitely.
And the biggest issue with the kicking is, like, every one of those missed kicks that we've had went left.
Yes, every one of them.
All right, so
And you called it every single game.
that's going left. If it's missing, it's going left.
Yeah.
You know how we solved that? We got a new special teams coach. And that special teams coach fixed it for the 3 years that he was here. And then we moved on from him. And guess what? These problems are back.
Yep.
I told y'all, pay attention to the special teams coach. I'm so frustrated we moved on from him, man. Why? You know, we had that problem solved, bro. We went through 4 really good kickers. 4 really good kickers. And Eddie Money is the 5th one. All with that left kick problem. And now we're back here. We're back to this problem again. Who's our special teams coach right now?
Our special teams coach?
Yeah, who's our special teams coach? And who was it that solved our problem? I want to put a name to this story here. You know what I mean? Because if we're going to do this again, you know, we're going to toss another really good kicker and downgrade a tiny bit, you know.
Alright, let's see.
It's gonna be towards the bottom, probably.
Yeah. Special teams coaches. All right. We got special teams coordinator Tracy Smith and special teams assistant Darren Bates.
All right. So, let me put a face to that name. Let me do that on stream real quick for y'all. Because I need people to understand what we're doing with here. If we're going to continue to kick really, really good kickers, you know, this is not good. You know, Eddie Money was in the top 5 of kicking, man, last year. And y'all about to get rid of that man too?
Yep, them two right there.
With Tracy, man, we took a downgrade, man. We took a downgrade. No disrespect to Tracy, but come on, man. Dude looks like a soccer player. Like, are you a special teams coordinator or are you a soccer player, bro? Playing for the Charlotte FC? Because
Look at the size difference. Like, Darren looks like he knows something about football. Tracy don't.
he got that baby face in him, man. Look at that neck, though. What'd that neck do? Oh, God. That joke almost looked like a body cast neck. Like, what is that? That's his actual neck, bro. Did they Photoshop his face on there? Oh my God, they did. That's a freaking Photoshop, dude.
What the fuck?
What? How are you gonna Photoshop our special teams face on the body? I don't understand. How am I the only one that's caught this? There ain't no way. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
He got that little hair piece up there too. A bad hair day. Oh my God. Anyway, I had to do it, man. I had to do it. Much love to you, Tracy. But hey, I'm roasting you because I love you, bro. But how the heck am I the only one that's seen that? Out of all these podcasts, nobody's roasted him yet. Well, I'll be the first one. All right. But yeah, if we're going to continue to downgrade it at kicker because of that left kick problem, maybe we should start with trying to fix the problem instead of replacing the player.
Right.
Has our management considered that? You know, because this is a new management. This is a new day. You know, same old problem. It's been the same problems reoccurring. It's like the monster underneath your bed. You know, it's the same old problem. How are we going to deal with it? You got to deal with it differently this time. You got to learn. Work on the technique. Work on the footwork. You know, maybe that might fix it. I don't know. Go back and study some tapes of the old special teams coach and see how he solved it. Because he figured out a way to solve it. I don't know how he did it, but he did. So, yeah, Tracy, I encourage you to go check that out, man. Go see if you can figure that out. So we don't have to get rid of Eddie, and we don't have to do all that switcheroo stuff no more. Because we've had our old kickers like come back to bite us in games, man. Gano cost us a game. Who else cost us a game? Heck go, man. Point is, man, it needed to be addressed. You know. Because we're talking about the whole team. You know what I mean? Even the special teams can affect the game, man. In a very, very big way. So we got to get all that straightened out. Alright, so tell me about Corey Thornton. The wide receiver. That's the next name on the list. Probably a practice squatter, but I just want to know. You never know.
Male Cardinals defensive back. All right. Hold on. How?
This is a wide receiver, Corey Thornton.
He was a DB in college, and they've got him listed as a wide receiver in the league.
So this man has never played wide receiver through college. Hey, you got him listed as a wide receiver. What?
His college stats is only defense. There's no offensive stats at all.
Okay. So he's a DB. All right, let's treat him like a DB. What numbers does he have?
All right, for 20 to 23, he played for UCF.
Okay.
For 20, he had 30 total tackles with 23 solos, 7 assists, 2 pass deflections, 1 interception. No sacks. 21, he had 32 total tackles, 22 of them were solo, 10 of them were assists, 6 pass deflections, 1 sack, no interceptions. 22, he had 49 total tackles, 36 solo, 13 assisted, 7 pass deflections, 1 forced fumble. 23, he had 27 total tackles, 23 of them were solo, 4 of them were assisted. He had 9 pass deflections, 3 interceptions. And 24, he finished out with the Cardinals. He had 38 total tackles, 27 solo, 11 assists. He had 6 pass deflections and 2 interceptions.
Ooh. Okay. Portal guy, right?
Yeah.
He was one of the portal people. All right. So this is the first 3 years of the portal. So you're going to see some people come through the portal and go to a team like that. I like those numbers. Yeah, I like those numbers a lot. If we're going to treat him like a DB, then let's treat him like a DB. I want him as a DB. I don't want him as a wide receiver.
Right. I mean, and from looking at the stats, he's been a DB throughout his whole college career. So, what's making him want to come in the league as a wide receiver, and he has no experience?
Is our management thinking this is a bargain bin Travis Hunter? Is that what we're trying to do here? Like that? That's what came to mind right there, and I don't like that. Just put him at corner, man. Just put him at corner. I want to see him strictly as a corner. I want numbers. as this dude because the solo tackling looks great. The pass deflections look great. The interceptions went up as you went along. The forced fumbles I like. That's a game changer. You know, you don't have to have a high number of interceptions, but, you know, if you get a few past forced fumbles, that's a good thing. That can change the course of a game right there. Pay attention to this dude. If they put him at corner, this dude is going to be a hidden gem in training camp. I'm telling you that right now. I'm calling it right now. Those types of numbers, that's what stands out to me right there. You say UCF and Louisville, right?
Yeah, he started out in UCF and he finished off in 24 with the Cardinals.
Okay. UCF, typically UCF is battle tested. It's tough. It's a tough conference. But the players that come out of it, you know, do come out with good numbers like that, you know, if they're quality players. So that got my attention right out of the gate with those numbers. I think it's going to do well. But you got to put him at DB. All right, how about Jacoby George?
Hurricanes wide receiver.
Okay.
See what kind of stats we're looking at here. All right. So receiving stats. All right, he did his whole college career with Miami, so he was with them the whole time.
Okay.
From 21 to 24. All right, for the receiving stats, we have for 21 we had 7 receptions, 183 yards, 26.1 average with 1 touchdown. 22 he had 13 receptions with 130 yards, 10 points average, no touchdowns. 23 he had 57 receptions for 864 yards, 15.2 average with 8 touchdowns.
There we go.
24 he had 53 receptions with 752 yards, 14.2 average with 8 touchdowns.
That's the type of numbers I'm starting to look for.
Alright, rushing stats we have for 21.
Slot receiver.
21 he had 1 carry for negative 7 yards. Ooh. Alright, 20 he looks like he missed out. Didn't have no rushing yards in 22. So we're gonna go to 23. He had 1 carry for 14 yards, 1 touchdown. 24 he had 2 carries for negative 8 yards.
See, that doesn't mean nothing to me. They didn't use him for that purpose.
Let's see. Returning. So he's a return specialist. All right.
There you go.
Oh, he's got defensive stats too. Okay.
There
let's
you go.
see.
That's what I want to see.
For 21, he's got 13 attempts, 142 yards, no touchdowns. For 22, he's got 5 attempts for 71 yards, no touchdowns. 23, 2 attempts for 5 yards, no touchdowns. All right. As far as kickoffs, he only had 1 kickoff, and that was in 2022, and he got 21 yards out of it.
Yep. Punt returner.
For defense, he played defense 23 and 24. 23, he had 2 total tackles. Both of them were solo tackles. And 24, he had 3 total tackles, 1 solo, 2 assists.
What position did he play? Defensively.
doesn't say.
Mm. Sounds to me like they were just testing him out. They were trying to explore what he was doing. That's interesting. Okay, let's see what you shared. Why is the screen capture not working no more? Doggone it, man. Alright.
It's not really. Let's see. He was a DB.
Yeah, I'm gonna forward that but to both of y'all. So we got the list.
Okay.
Let me see what you sent me, David. Screws. Yeah. We'll get to video reactions in a little bit. That was on the list too. I saw that one. About Dan Morgan on McMillan. I did notice that in the feed. So yeah, I'll get to that. Thank you. Because we'll go through like a whole list of these videos and do all the reactions tonight.
Next. Done George, we done Muhammad, we done Thornton, we done Scott.
Right.
We done Garbers.
Yeah, Pat McAfee show. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the video pop up in my feed, but I haven't looked at it yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I plan on, like, an entire playlist of these, you know. And we're going to react to all of them. Press conferences, everything. Just the whole 9 yards.
I'm going to do K'Ron Lynch Adams, the running back.
Right.
Yeah. Michigan State running back. All right. Let's see stats.
Heard good things about this dude.
Oh, he's got a little bit of everything. He's got rushing, receiving, returning, defense.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, he played for 3 different teams during his college career. Started out in 2019, 19 and 20, he played for Rutgers. 21 through 23, he played with Mass, and in 24, he played with Michigan State. All right. So, I'm going to start off with the rushing stats for him. For 19, he was at Rutgers. All right, he had 48 carries for 161 yards, 3.4 average with 1 touchdown. 2020, he had 35 carries, 159 yards, 4.5 average with 1 touchdown. 21, he transferred to Mass. He had 39 carries, 114 yards, 2.9 average, 1 touchdown. 22, he had 84 carries, 297 yards, 4.9 average with 12 touchdowns.
That's garbage numbers for Mass.
For 24 with Michigan State, he ended up with 133 carries, 649 yards, 4.9 average, and 2 touchdowns.
Nah, that's another Cameron Artist painting right here.
Looks like his best season was 23.
Everything
else is.
He transferred from where?
He started out with Rutgers, then he went to Mass, then he went to Michigan State.
And he still only averaged like 3 point something in Michigan State. That's another Cameron Artis paying right there, or lower. Nah. Get him up out of here. Get him up out of here. Nah. He ain't making camp. That's a camp body. We'll find another running back, I promise you.
So,
all right.
yes, look up the offensive line.
Offensive line, you're not going to find any stats on them. I just want to know what positions they play, specifically. And you'll find that on NFLDraftBus.com. Because they're very specific on there. That's the only place I've been able to find that. You might be able to find it one other place, but
Well, I've got some stuff showing up for Luke Condra right now.
okay.
He played guard and defensive tackle.
And defensive tackle?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He played guard and defensive tackle, and when he was in high school, he was rated the number 12 prospect in Cincinnati.
Okay. Where specifically at guard? Left or right?
Right guard.
Right guard. Okay. All right. Tell me about Steven.
Let's see. Do. He is an offensive guard.
They didn't say which side.
Do. He said he played 12 games at right guard, and he did 4 snaps at center, so he's a little bit of both.
Okay, right guard / center as an emergency backup. Got you. All right. How about Mike Tarquin? Pat asked Dan, do you wear hats? He says, no, I just fixed my hair. I believe it.
So he is...
Shout out David Screws.
It just says he's an offensive tackle.
Okay.
It doesn't say exactly where.
See, it would help to know either left or right. That way we can tell, where's his primary position. That way if we have to convert him, to the other side, if he's a right tackle, to a left, we'll know that right tackle is his primary. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I prefer when we draft these offensive linemen, we draft them at their primaries. And then if you want to move them over to left, that's fine. And that's exactly what Detroit did with Penei Sewell. Like, they drafted him at his primary, but they shifted him over to the other side.
Got it right here. It said he played in 10 games and made 7 starts at right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
He also played left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
So he's done a little bit of both, right and left tackle.
Excellent. I like this dude already. Who do we have behind Taylor Moton? Who do we have behind Taylor Moton? Let me see. I'm interested to find that out. Josh Neiman. Okay.
Yeah.
Walton's just an emergency backup. which probably won't make the 53. But Josh Neiman did. So yeah, if this dude pans out, Josh Neiman and this dude can battle it out for right tackle, backup role. Left tackle, you got Icky over there, and we let go of Zavala, didn't we? I don't see Zavala here.
Yeah, I don't see him on the 53 at all.
Good. If we're looking for his replacement, good. I'm looking in guard section just in case. Yeah, he's in guards. He's in guards.
Yeah, he's on here.
Okay, he's in the guards. All right. So this dude that we're talking about right now, Tarquin would battle it out with Josh Neiman for the backup tackle role. And Brandon Walton, I don't know anything about. Florida Atlantic guy, 6'5", 300. I've heard the name, but I don't know. But if he can beat out Yosh, I'm for it. Because Yosh isn't... He's average. A little below average, in my opinion. I wasn't real impressed with him when he came in and started. And I'm still constantly looking for that backup replacement for Yosh and Zavala. And ideally, we want the next Brady Christensen and the next Cade Mays to replace those two. So if we can find that, that next Swiss Army knife, that's what we want. So that's a lot of pressure on Mike Tarquin here. Can you beat out Josh Neiman? Can you do other things? Maybe. Luke Condra, I believe, is only 20. Yeah, he is only 20. And that's a lot of pressure on Luke Condra, too, because this dude came straight out of high school, didn't he? I believe so, right?
That's what I'm thinking, too.
Yeah, because the only picture I saw of him was his high school jersey. So that's a lot of pressure on him, too. So we got to find the next Brady Christensen, Cade Mays replacements. Or equivalents of to help them out. We're not looking to replace them. We're looking to help them out. And I would have taken a guard replacement for Josh Neiman, or I would have taken a tackle replacement for Josh. Either one would have worked. Or guard replacement for Zavala, my bad. But either one of those would have worked, if we find that, awesome. Oh, 23. David Screw says 23 years old. Gotcha. Noted. Moving on, let's talk about Mike Reed. That corner room. We signed a corner from the Vikings off of free agency. Who did we sign? That's what I need to know. Because that's going to help us out a lot here. Caleb Evans. There you go. There you go. Caleb Evans. How confident do we feel that this dude could be the number 3? Because I'm looking around at some of the corners that we're picking up at undrafted free agency. And I'm not sure. I'm not convinced. You know what I mean? Yet. We got MJ Devonshire as well. You know. We didn't feel confident, you know, that we got our corner out of this draft. An undrafted list, too. You know, so we went out and we got MJ. So, who's going to get that number 3 spot? That's a major question right there. I'm not worried about the wide receiver room. The wide receiver room will sort itself out. What I'm worried about is this corner spot and this linebacker spot, because we didn't draft a linebacker. We went back and we signed a linebacker, a thumper, by the way. So I feel a lot less concerned about the linebacker position now. After signing that former Trojan. So now, corner position becomes my main interest. Who's taking the number 3 spot?
These numbers for Mike Reed are a little inconsistent for me.
That I don't like to hear. Let's see.
For 21, he had 5 tackles, 4 solo, 1 assist, 2 pass deflections, 1 interception for 20 yards. For 22, he had 52 total tackles. 42 of them were solo, 10 of them were assists, 11 pass deflections, 1 sack, 2 forced fumbles, 1 interception. 23, he had 28 total tackles, 19 solo, 9 assists, 8 pass deflections, 1 interception. For 24, he had 39 total tackles, 25 of them solo, 14 assists, 7 pass deflections, and 2 interceptions. That's a little inconsistent.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about there. See if you can find MJ Devonshire's numbers while I read chat here. Reports say Condra is talented. I'm pumped about this season. Start the season 1-0. Get that momentum going. Absolutely. Got to. It just depends on who we play, though. I mean, if we end up playing, like, Green Bay right out of the gate, we're screwed. Momentum-wise. You know what I mean? But I don't think that'll happen. I would just don't want to see a division opponent be our first one. You know what I mean? We got that linebacker undrafted who could work out from South Carolina. Yeah, true. Yeah, we covered him. Yeah, talk to me about MJ Devonshire here, stats-wise.
So, he went from Kentucky in 2019-2020. He moved on to Pitt from 21 to 23. So it looks like he missed out last year. Oh, he was drafted last year. That's right. Okay. So,
He don't have any NFL numbers?
no, he has no NFL numbers.
All right, tell me about his college numbers.
All right, college numbers. Let's see. 2019, he had 5 total tackles. All of them were solo tackles. He had 1 pass deflection. And in 2020, he had 1 tackle, which was a solo tackle, 1 pass deflection. 21, he had 17 total tackles. 10 of them were solo, 7 assists, 3 pass deflections, 1 interception for 13 yards. 22, he had 32 total tackles, 22 of them solo, 10 of them assist, 7 pass deflections, 3 interceptions for a total of 85 yards and 2 touchdowns. 23, he had 32 total tackles, 18 of them solo, 14 assists. He had 10 pass deflections, 4 interceptions for 115 yards and 1 touchdown.
All right, so numbers that caught my attention. First of all, the interception numbers stayed consistent, and the pass deflections stayed consistent.
Yeah, they actually improved every year.
Yeah. The solo tackles kind of went down in his senior season, but he had more tackle attempts, so I'm gonna allow that as part of the stats here. Without throwing smoke at that. I feel like and this dude was signed as a second year in the NFL, but he has yet to have a rookie season. Why was he not playing during his rookie season?
Let me see. I want to see who he was with.
That's what I'm interested in.
Let's see. Because,
was it an injury or what was it? Because there are certain circumstances like Brooks, where you get drafted with an injury history. So it could have been him just recovering from a prior injury. That's what I want to know. But if he was just sitting and learning behind somebody, then that would kind of tell me where to place him. Because right now I'm thinking practice squad. Borderline cut. We've seen better numbers from some of the prior corners that we've had.
Yeah. So he has not had any injuries.
Okay. Definitely squad guy. Definitely borderline cut. Yikes. Not a good signing. That's okay. You're going to miss on a few. And that's normal. That far down in the depth chart, you're going to miss on a few. And that, I'm not going to make that big of a deal out of it. But when you're talking like first stringers, second stringers, yeah, I'm going to make a big deal out of that. Because those guys play every Sunday. Third stringers, fourth stringers on down, take it or leave it. And then practice squatters, I don't care about that. What's up, Marcos Cash? Shout out to you. Another thing while we're talking about corners is we did not get our nickel corner to help out Charles Smith-Wade. And it's unfortunate because I saw Jalen Smith go out to somebody. And I was very, very disappointed with that. Because if we had pulled our picks correctly, we could have gotten Jalen Smith and helped out Charles Smith-Wade with the bonus pick down there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was kind of disappointing to me. He was on the board for some mocks, for others not so much. But the biggest one for me that we did not get was Kobe Bryant, spelled Cobee. And the Falcons got him.
Yeah, I was definitely getting him.
That upset me because I think we're looking at the next Dante Jackson with this dude. You know, bargain bin Dante Jackson. If you train him up right, he could be almost as dangerous as AJ Terrell back there. And the Falcons have shown they know how to train these people. So I'm a little concerned about that one. If he makes the 53, we're going to have to deal with him twice a year. And that's going to be a problem once he gets developed properly. You're talking 5, 6, 7 years in Atlanta. Because they don't let go of corners once they develop them. So that's going to be a problem. It is David Screw's talking about Namora. Yeah. Well, he was talking about Namora earlier. But he was talking about the other linebacker as well. From South Carolina. Namora came from Southern Cal. So. Yeah, but sorry, Chow. We tried to get you some help, buddy, and it just didn't happen this time around. But hopefully next time, man. But hopefully you can hold your own back there for a year longer. We can run it back a year longer. But we do have plans to try to get you some help, bud. Promise you that. You know, while you transition, you know, and try to get yourself ready for that number 3 role. You know, keep working at it. I don't think you're there yet, but you're almost there. So let's see. Ja'Tyre Carter. And the new one. Let's see. John Radigan. Didn't we have him in training camp last year? We had him in training camp last year. And he didn't pan out. He fell just below the line. Kenny Dyson as well. I remember him too. Yeah, so Plummer, you got some competition back there at number 3 quarterback. Trevon Moehrig, the new safety. I'm very pleased with the Moehrig signing. Very pleased. This dude was sitting in the Raiders roster for a while. And he's going to be a big help to us. Love the Moehrig signing. Yep. Love the numbers I saw of him. Yeah. Moehrig's going to be a problem for people in the league this year. And I think we solved our safety problem when we got that done. You know, of course we needed a backup safety, and we got that in the draft too. In the form of Lathan Ransom, and I'm very, very pleased with that draft pick. He was on my boards for quite a while. So, is there anybody else on that list? Hold on. Okay, we didn't get to Isaac Gifford or Jack Henderson yet. At safety. Yeah, so talk to me about Isaac Gifford. What we got going on with him? But yeah, man, shout out to Marcos Cast. Thank you for coming in here, man, and hanging out with us, man. And David Screws for your input, man. Appreciate that. William Good. Love you guys, man. You know, don't forget to hit that like button on your way in, man. And hit the bell so you don't miss the new content. We're going to be doing gaming content. We're going to be talking about baseball, if you're into fantasy baseball or just baseball in general. We'll be talking a little bit about that, you know, during the off season. You know, while I'm doing gaming streams. Maybe occasionally I'll do a baseball stream. Who knows? I don't know what I've got planned for the off season just yet. But I know gaming streams are definitely a must. For sure. That's going to be happening. I know we got the May 14th scheduled release stream coming. But beyond that, Panthers wise, we don't really have much until training camp time. After these two streams here, there won't be much content coming out because I don't cover the OTAs and I don't cover all that stuff. So I do cover the combine. I do cover the NFL draft. So for those that are new, the combine I just started covering the last 2 years. I wasn't originally doing that. Okay, that's fine. I just got word from Jack his tablet died. So, Marcos Cash says, keep pounding. Have you seen tape on the undrafted Nomoa? Reminds me of Bobby Boucher from The Waterboy. Actually, he reminds me of Troy Polamalu. I've seen the video, and we showed it earlier. The dude hits like a 10-ton truck. Good God. Like, I'm actually impressed. And I haven't seen hits like that in a long, long time in the NFL. Not since Troy. So, yeah, Bam Martin Scott. That's the one that David Kesha was talking about. From South Carolina. Yeah, apparently he's a dog too. Yeah, I've heard he's a coverage linebacker. So, I like the signing of both. Very, very much. Let's see. But yeah, it's cool. Not a problem, dude. But yeah, if you're still watching on stream, David, please do throw me the stats of the last two on that undrafted list. And we'll talk about the draft picks after that and do some reactions to the press conferences and whatnot like that afterwards. So, let's look at Isaac Gifford. Let's see what we got here. Safety DB. Okay. Essentially, he's just a safety. But he can play nickel. That's what it sounds like to me. Defensively, I see the 27 assists here and the 42 assists and the 40 assists. That does not make me happy, you know, because when you're dealing with a safety, you expect to see those assist numbers not balanced up to what the solo tackles number should be. occasionally, yes, you can have that as a backup safety, you know, but if you have that as a starter, that's right out of the gate, that's not exciting. 5 tackles for a loss, 7 tackles for a loss, 4. Seems to be a little inconsistent here. He's got 1 pick. 8 pass deflections in 2023, so he's kind of riding those 8 pass deflections. That's what it seems like to me. And the 7 tackles from 2023. And of course, we all know who the head coach in Nebraska is. So, I feel like this is an underutilized talent that Matt Rule didn't know what to do with, because Matt Rule just doesn't know what to do with the talent that he has. You know, so these guys just do what they do, you know, at their natural positions. But I think the more that he starts recruiting these people, and, you know, yeah, you know how to recruit people, you know how to sign people, but do you know how to use these people? See, that's the thing. And I don't think he does. So, I mean, we'll see how this plays out. But thus far, if you're not posting exemplary numbers in Nebraska, you're not going to get noticed. It's just as simple as that. Because it's not a hard conference to be able to put up numbers, you know, that should stand out in Nebraska. You're not dealing with that many opponents in that conference, you know, that are really top tier grade teams that will test you. So that's something that bothers me right there when I'm looking at him. So I think he'll just end up maybe a practice squad / cut victim. So how about Jack Henderson? Let's see. Jack Henderson. Here you are. DB. Okay. Okay, so right out of the gate, I'm noticing that they're listing him as a DB on here. He's probably a safety, but he's only had 2 years. I do not like the fact that those assisted tackles are almost matching the solos. I don't like that. Because that should not happen with a safety in the backfield. Now, if you're talking like linebackers and defensive tackles, you know, somebody up on the line, I can kind of see. You know, I can kind of give a little bit of leeway on that. You know, but we're talking safeties that should be able to solo tackle out there, you know, and finish up tackles. Sometimes, yes, you will see safeties get some help from corners. Sometimes you'll see it from nickels. But for the most part, these safeties have to be able to tackle on their own. You know? And to see the assist number go higher than the solo tackles, not what we're looking for. Alright, so I do like the 7 sacks. He got 6 of them in his last year with Minnesota. But I mean, again, who does Minnesota play? You know, for the most part, it's teams that aren't really that competitive. You got 3 interceptions. You got 2 pass deflections. Forced fumble. Okay. Not real impressed. So I mean, this is 2 guys that are fighting for a practice squad spot. Essentially. And that's okay. Alright, so that officially wraps that up. Okay, so let's cover let's talk about the draft itself. Okay, so I'm happy with the McMillan pick. I think that Bryce Young himself talked to Dan Morgan and convinced him to go for McMillan. And I mean, if Bryce Young feels comfortable with a wide receiver, I mean, green light for me. You know, no injury history, none of that. Green light from me. I'm good with it. You know, that's an A grade right there pick. I'm not going to say A plus because of the fact that a lot of people wanted Jalen Walker. In particular, I did too. So, you know, the fact that we didn't get Jalen Walker, you know, I do have to kind of take off half a letter grade for that. Plus, there's always room for improvement on a first round pick. You know, so plus we don't know what these first round picks are going to do, whether they're going to be good or whether they're going to be a bust like Kelvin Benjamin. So you don't know. So I'm going to say McMillan is an A grade pick. What I also noticed, someone brought this to my attention this week. I think it was actually David from the team chat that said we have drafted a wide receiver every first round that we've had. Even going into the second round when we didn't have a first round pick. Now, isn't that curious? Huh. You know, anybody else notice that trend? And I think I understand why. It's because we're trying to get this wide receiver core young. And because we're trying to stack them. That's what Dan's up to here. And I like it. I think he was hoping that nobody would notice it. But I did. Unfortunately, I did. You know? It's it's a blessing and a curse being able to recognize this stuff sometimes. And sometimes that knowledge can come back to bite you. But, you know, I noticed it. And I do have to say something about it because I did notice it. Because I don't think a lot of people did notice it. The ones that were paying attention to that anyway. But yes, excellent pickup. I like it. Now, moving on down. As you went through the draft, the second round, we actually went ahead and we picked up Nick Scorton. And I like the pick but I thought we reached positionally. Why do I say that? Because I feel like he was going to sit there for a little longer. But I'm not complaining about it. Definitely not complaining about any of these. I liked Princely as well. I think that was a great pickup too. Princely fell off my mock draft boards quite a bit. I did have Nick Scorton on there a few times. McMillan was on there as well. You know, early. I ran through a few scenarios where we did pick up McMillan. Was it 2 or 3? I did 2, I know. I don't know if I did 3 with McMillan. But, yeah, Princely was not on that list. But Nick Scorton is an excellent defensive end. I'm happy with that pickup. We doubled up at defensive end. And my concern was, you know, we don't have a defensive tackle at that point. And the list was thinning out. It was thinning out. We got down to the 4th round. You know, and I'm like, okay. You know, what are we doing here? So we reached at running back. And we reached at safety before there was a run on either one of those positions. You know, and I felt like if you were paying attention to the trends of the draft, you wouldn't have probably gone after Travis Etienne until our proper draft pick, instead of trading up, you know, and trying to make moves, you know, where you trade up. Let's sit where we're at, you know. And I loved the trade down of 75. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Because we got the picks that we needed to get the job done. And get all these pieces at all these positions of need. And at that point, I didn't feel like we were losing any value, you know, when you traded down. All right, so considering that, you got Trevor Etienne, and I'm not complaining about the value of the player that we got at all. I just want to make that perfectly clear. I love Trevor Etienne. Welcome on in. You know, and I love Lathan Ransom. Welcome on in. Great talent that we got at those positions. But we reached talent positionally wise, you know, when there wasn't a run on them. Both of those players would have sat until we had our picks. You know? We didn't have to move on these guys early. You see what I'm saying? We got too cute with it, and it cost us a little bit, you know, in value when it came to defensive tackle. It cost us a little bit in value at linebacker. You know, they list Nick Scorton as a linebacker, but he's a defensive end. He can play linebacker too. But the thing is, like, it cost us a little bit of value, but we were targeting Cam Jackson anyway. So basically, you know, we got Mitchell Evans at tight end. Mitchell Evans was on our mock draft boards for quite a while, which I'm very, very pleased with that pickup too. Yeah, overall, like, every one of these picks is a winner for me. And then Jimmy Horn Jr. was kind of that special teamer that we went for. And that was our management's contribution there. But I feel like the majority of this board we had on our mocks like the entire month. And I just want to say thank you, Dan and Dave, for listening to my mocks and everything that I have put out there information-wise for you. You know, if you've been following my blueprint, you know, as far as my mocks, I want to say thank you. You know, I know you didn't want to go directly for the players that I've been picking like all month. But you went for the secondary choices, and I'm telling you, you won't regret this. I know what I'm doing with these picks, man. I know what I'm doing. I did the proper research just as you guys did, and I'm so excited. And I believe that we picked up the right people. I think we did. And you guys knew what was a false flag and what wasn't. And I'm very, very proud of you for recognizing that. You know, out of my mocks. I'm very impressed. You know, because I did a real good job of hiding it this year. Because I kept picking the same players. I kept hiding it really, really well. But I was really, really adamant about Trevor Etienne. And I thought, okay, I'll take Lathan Ransom. I'll take him, you know. I didn't want to draw attention to Cam Jackson or Mitchell Evans for the main reasons of the fact that I know that that's what we were aiming for. So that's why I went elsewhere, you know, throughout the entire month. But as far as tight end goes, I did genuinely like Gadsden the second better throughout the entire month of my mocks. But hey, I'll take Mitchell Evans. When Mitchell Evans showed up on our board, I mean, that was just an obvious pickup for me. Yeah. We're looking for a new tight end. We're looking for the replacement for Ian Thomas. Mitchell Evans, winner, chicken dinner. A+. Love it. We still got some work to do with him, you know, but I'm happy. I love Trevor Etienne. He's a monster. We did have Devin Neal out there. And y'all picked up on the false flag of Devin Neal. I said Devin Neal is a trap. You know, don't pick him up. There were other times when I did pick him up. And that whole thing, that whole charade was a false flag. I can now go ahead and say that. Because the real pick was Trevor Etienne. And I didn't reveal that until the last week. And Dan and Dave, you picked up on it. Very impressive. Well done. Well done. So, Lathan, excellent choice as a safety pick. I think that honestly, I would have chosen Lathan over those safeties. I would have. With the availability that we had, yes. I do agree with the pick. The player choice. 100%. I think you did well. Now my question is Princely. I know what you're going to do with Nick Gordon. What are you going to do with Princely? Is he going to become like a makeshift defensive tackle at times too. Like, what's the play there? We did get Cam Jackson. I'm pleased with that. We did take kind of a value hit at Cam Jackson. You know, when we could have gotten Caldwell and a couple of other guys that could have fit the bill better, I believe. But, you know, the management was adamant about going for Cam Jackson, so I'm okay with it. You know, I'm not mad at it at all. Cam Jackson's also a very good choice, you know, but you do take kind of a value hit. He does have some work that we have to do with him. But, once again, we're getting Derek Brown back. So, you have to remember that. But, looking at... and I'm not happy that Cameron Williams became an Eagle, by the way. That really frustrated me. But let's kind of take a look at a couple of these guys again. I want to look at who was it? I'm going to look at Princely again. Princely. Because I want to see what this Panthers management saw in this dude. That apparently I didn't. You know. Because I kind of skipped over him a little bit. So let's see what they think of him. 10.5 sacks, 1 forced fumble. 37 tackles, 19 solo. They like his vertical. They like his broad jump. They like his 40, 10-yard dash. His arm span. And his height. Okay, so they like him for his pass rush and his run defense of 81% here. 72 in tackling. I like it. I like it. You know, I'm very, very happy with that. Wait. You're telling me we only went down 2 spots? We only went down 2 spots with the 75 to the 77? We got all of that in trade? Hold up. Let me look at that again. There ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, dude. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I gotta see something, man. Round three. 77. Yeah, the Broncos. They wanted Bryant. That's exactly what it was. They wanted Pat Bryant. Alright, so I need to know, what did we get out of that trade? So we traded the 54th, the 74th, the 111, and the 230 picks to Denver in exchange for the 51st, the 85th, 122nd, and the 208. strategically moving around the board to these specific picks because we wanted specific targets at these spots. And I think it's a brilliant trade. Dad, you absolutely nailed it on this one. Absolutely nailed it. I'm looking at... We moved up 3 in the second round. In the third round, we went down from the 74 to the 85. Perfect. We went down from the 111 to the 122. Perfect. And we moved up from the 230 to the 208. Excellent. That's excellent value. And I could not be happier with that move. That's exactly what I had in mind. When I was looking at Seattle, I had something similar in mind. So, I didn't expect Denver to be moving around as much as they were in this draft. They were kind of playing musical chairs with these picks a little bit to see if they could get what they wanted to get. You know, so let's see what they got out of their picks. RJ Harvey, Pat Bryant, Savion Jones. Ooh. Hugh Robinson, Jeremy Crawshaw, and Caleb Warner. Okay. I just kind of wanted to see what they went for. Because they were kind of that team that could never get settled. You know, they traded with the Raiders, they traded with us, they traded with I forget who else. And it was weird, you know. They traded with Detroit during this as well. The trader from the Rams. Oh, that's special compensatory selection from the Rams through Atlanta and Philly. Okay. From Philly through Detroit and Philly. Compensatory selection. I can never say that word right. Forgive me. Comp pick from Cleveland through Houston. And then you had the last pick from Houston. What's the 7th rounder? So they were kind of all over the place. That was really interesting to me. The biggest surprise for me in day one was the move up for Travis Hunter by Jacksonville. I did not expect that to happen. And see, that right there kind of opened the door to trading from everybody. Because nobody was really looking to trade early unless you were trying to trade up and get maybe a dual Carter or maybe Gentry, you know, but we knew that Mason Graham was going to sit up there. Will Campbell was going to sit up there. You know, Cam Ward was going to sit up there. But it was the rest of them that kind of went about their business and tried to get some phone calls in, you know what I mean, from other teams. And thankfully, I was concerned about this 9th pick because I thought the Saints were going to pick up somebody dangerous, man, that we didn't pick up. That's the one that scared me. I was watching that like a hawk because the second we didn't get Joanne Walker, I figured the Saints were going to be all over that. And no, they took an offensive tackle, surprisingly. And I was like, huh? You know, because, like, here I am warning people all month long that these guys were just sitting there waiting for our table scraps. And they take a tackle. And I'm like, okay. Okay. So, I'm watching the board. You know, just thinking, where is Walker going? And sure enough, the Falcons get him. The Falcons. The doggone Falcons. All right. Can we talk about this? Because they got James Pierce Jr., they got Watts, they got Billy Bowman Jr., and they got Jack Nelson. How many of those guys were in my mocks in the past month? Just about every one of them. Falcons, we got to talk. Falcons, we got to talk, yo. We got to talk. Do y'all have any scouts in my VODs? Watching my VODs? Is that what y'all are doing now? We got Falcon scouts up in here? Because that ain't cool, bro. That's way too many players to be a coincidence, bro. For real. That's way too many. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Y'all saw just about every one of these guys in my mocks. Just about. If not all of them. I know y'all know about Jack Nelson now. I'm the only streamer that has talked about Jack Nelson. I'm the only one, bro. Come on now. Out of the Panther streamers, I'm the only one that discussed Jack Nelson. Nobody else has picked this dude up. I've been watching. Yeah, y'all think you slick. I nope. I'm the only one. That's how I know. Somebody in there, somebody watching my VODs, man, is a Falcon scout. Come on now. That's some wild stuff right there. Alright, anyway. I gotta say, everything was running smoothly till round 4. And then round 4, it took a turn, y'all. It took a turn. Because I was not expecting Deontay Walker to get picked up by the Bills in a trade up. That screwed everybody up. That screwed everybody up in the 4th round. Stutzman goes to the Saints. Did not like that at all. And I know y'all were looking at Stutzman too in the 4th. Don't tell me you weren't. I know he was on the board, Panthers. I know he was. Dan and Dave, y'all can't tell me he wasn't on that board. Because if y'all looking at the same people I was, he was definitely on the board. Alright, so Barrett Carter typically went to Cincinnati, so I'm not surprised about that. But as you can see, there was 3 edge rushers taken after we picked up Ransom. There was not a run on the safety at all. You did see Billy Bowman Jr. go to the Falcons, but that was it. In the 4th. That was literally it. Well, there's Woodson and going to the Pats, but nobody cared about Woodson. Like, where is the run on safety? Show it to me, because I don't see a run on safety. You know, Malachi Moore goes to the Jets. That's only after we picked up Ransom. So I feel like we could have waited a little bit. But our next pick was 140, I think, right? Yeah, I think our next pick was 140. And that's the one we got Cam Jackson with. So, I think we did all right. I think we did okay. I'm not picky about what we did. But we traded up for Cam Jackson because we have 140, right? That was from the Denver trade, right? Let me see. No. No, that was our 140. So we traded up with somebody to get him. And smooth move on getting Cam to exit on the trade up. I'm pleased with that. If that's what we did. Honestly, I don't remember how we got the 140. Did we already have that 140? Or did we trade up for that? Let me see something. What were our original picks? I want to look through mock draft sim and just see what our original picks were. I'm not going to do a mock draft, but I just want to see what our original picks were. Okay, so that was our 140. That was our original 140. Got it. Okay, cool. Cool. So we just took him at 140. That's what I wanted to know. And Mitchell Evans was the 146. Nah, 163, because remember we traded down to 163. Yep. Okay. Yep. And that was part of the Denver trade, correct? No. Huh. Did we move 2 picks up to get Evans? I wonder. There's the 208. What were our original picks? Let me find out. Panthers picks 2025. Okay, so I'm gonna try Tankathon. Will have it. Yeah, Tankathon will have it. That was the original board. Was it? No. That's 2026 on 2025 board. Ooh. So we're slated at 6 for the next draft order. 38.70. Okay. 106, 146, 187. See, okay. That, of course, a lot of that's going to change. 220. Yeah, we're not going to keep those picks. Because we're going to be moving up the board, not down it. The more we win, we're going to be going up this board. Alright, well, I think we did well. I'm pleased with it overall. Again, like I said, I have to give this draft a B plus because I thought we got a little greedy with positionally with running back and safety in the fourth, but both of these players would have sat there until our picks. You know, we didn't have to trade up, but if we got intel that another team was going to try to pick up those two players, then yeah, those were smart moves. And that did happen last year too. With XL. So the thing is, if that's what actually happened, then yeah, good moves. All right, so that being said, what else do we need to cover? Let's see. Jared Verse comparison with Princely. Okay. I did look at him. I definitely did look at him during the mock drafts. Alright. I think we're ready to start reviewing suppressors and videos. And that will be the last segment of this stream. We have quite a few of these to go through. We may or may not get to all of them tonight. If we don't, then it'll be a separate 2-hour stream tomorrow or something like that, and we'll have a VOD out there for you. But overall, I'm pretty happy with what I'm seeing right now. Because I don't know when the rest of those will be covered, but definitely in either today or next week. Tomorrow or next week, sorry. My brain right now. Dyslexia is a thing, you know what I mean? But hey, let's do this, man. Let's do this. What do we want to cover first? There's a lot of videos. Alright, let me take care of this first. Okay. Sure. All right. Back to business. What are we covering? Do we want to do do we want to cover the highlights? I don't know if I want to get see, if I try to do the highlights, I'll probably get copyrighted for it. Because I always get hit with that for some reason. Everybody else will do it and they'll get away with it, you know, and they'll do all kinds of other stuff, you know, that I've been trying to do, and somehow they get hit with copyright. They don't get hit at all. And I'm like, I don't get it. But for some reason, it's always me. YouTube algorithm just always picks me. I don't know what it is, but anyway. I gotta show off my boy Hunter Renfrow, though. I got to, man.
Ever feel like
I got to. Let's do that. That's my dude right there, man. That's my dude. And I'll also throw in a couple of Clemson highlights of him too, just so you guys get an idea of who he is, if you're not familiar. So I'm going to keep the sound off respectfully. Let's do it. Unless they're doing a okay, yeah. Hey, look at the speed. Look at the speed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He has got some excellent speed. Look at the separation right there. And what I want you to notice is the toe tap. Look at that. Look at that toe tap. That's one of the things that Dabo Swinney's wide receiver coaching room does an excellent job of teaching these Clemson wide receivers how to do, is this right here. You know? And that's a handful of other really, really good schools have followed suit on that too. But it's a staple of those schools in particular. So when you're talking about Hunter Renfrow, you're talking about a man that can jump really high in the air. That is excellent height on that ball. Pinpointing it. You know, a 50-50 jump ball. And just finishing the play. You know what I mean? Just finishing the play. Look at those hands. Yeah. And that was something he was very, very good at in Clemson as well, is those hands. Dabo will not recruit a wide receiver that does not have good hands. That's just a mainstay of his offense. So They have to be quick. They have to be agile. They have to have good hands. They have to be athletic. And with all of those traits, then the coaching staff will teach them, toe tapping, watching the sideline, and just the little techniques that keep them balanced on the field. And this is a dude that can break tackles too, as you notice right here. So, that's just to give you an idea of who Hunter Renfrow is. I really, really love him. I think he's excellent. And I think I'm going to probably get copyright strike for that. But we'll see. We'll see. Videos. Let's see. Alright, so we got a breaking the huddle. Let's go with that. And then we'll go to the Dan Morgan on ESPN. And then I want to get to the press conferences. Alright, let's go.
Thomas Davis here with Panthers GM Dan Morgan. Dan, congratulations on a great draft. I want to get right into it. So you received acclaim from all of the media outlets after the draft, including Pro Football Focus giving you an A+. I'm guessing you don't care too much about that, but what I want to know is how did this draft align with what you wanted going into it?
Yeah, I think going into it, we wanted to add playmakers and guys that we felt would help us offensively and defensively, and I think it lined up really well. Especially with our first-round pick. Just a big, long target who catches everything outside his frame, and then just like adding some really good defensive talent, 2 edge rushers that we're really excited about. So I think it lined up really good for us.
Dan, with the first round pick, there were a lot of mock drafts that had us selecting edge rushers, in particular Jalen Walker out of Georgia with that first pick.
There we go.
And why did you decide that Ted McMillan would be our guy? Like, at what point? Because we know he received a little negative press at some point throughout the draft process. But at what point did you know, without a doubt, this was our guy?
Excellent question, TD. And that's the question that everybody's asking right now in the fan base. Very, very good question. Excellent question from Christian Balboni as well.
Yeah, I just think, when we had the opportunity to add a playmaker like Tet, I think we had the strike. And I felt like he was a difference maker. I felt like he was a guy that could really help our offense, change our offense. And, and it's no offense to any of those other edge rushers, but with a talent like Tet, the frame that he has, the hands that he has, the run after catch, the body control that he has, we just felt like we couldn't pass up on that talent.
You called him your guy. Somebody else that was very high on him is my co-host right here.
Oh, yeah.
Take a look at this clip.
That's what I wanted to know. When did you make the decision? Because this is what I did.
He made it in January. Watch this.
I made it pretty early, too, to be honest with you.
You got a guy. We talked about.
Wait, he decided in January? This man decided in January we're going with McMillan. Interesting. So they were way ahead of the game. They already decided they were going with Ted. It didn't matter who else was on that board. They were going Ted. Ooh. Ooh. That's not going to sit well with some of these people in the fantasy and the fan base right now. But you know what I mean? I am okay with it because we still got Nick skirting out of it and we still got Princely. So, we got 2 really, really good edge rushers. So, Dan's just saying, don't worry about it. Yeah, we took a little bit of a hit in value, but we made up for it by doubling up at defensive end with 2 quality defensive ends. Hey, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. I'm happy with it.
The receiving core, we love what's going on there, but if you have a chance to draft a guy that's 6'5", that has a catch radius out of this world, that has an ability to run by people and stretch the field, that absolutely loves the game of football. And you can tell by watching Arizona play, Ted McMillan is a kid that brings so much energy and so much excitement to the game. I think Dan Morgan, that he would look amazing in the Carolina Panther black and blue.
You think he's going to be there in the draft?
I doubt if he'd be there, but I'm praying that he is.
That was in January?
Yes. I mean, there was a little fist bump as we watched this.
That's
by
crazy.
the way, how funny is that?
That's pretty cool.
Same page, huh?
TD
Listen,
knows
man.
ball, so.
Hey, look, man, great minds think alike, Dan. That's what I keep telling people, man. That's how it goes.
That's pretty funny, man. It's crazy how things work out, man.
You watch that kid play and you see it. You see the excitement, you see the energy, you see him just time and time again, every week he still put up big numbers. And when you see that from a kid, that tells you that, hey, doesn't matter how you scheming, it doesn't matter how many cover twos, whatever you decide that you want to do to try to cover him up over top, he still finds ways to make things happen week in and week out on Saturdays. So
yeah,
I'm excited to have him.
and everybody knew, you know, the ball was coming to him, and he was still making plays out there. So we're excited to have him.
So,
And that's how I felt about Jack Beck too. When you look at Jack Beck and you look at the numbers he was posting at TCU, that's one of the reasons I was so high on Jack Beck. Because you saw those numbers, you saw the fact that he was their number one receiver. You knew the ball was going to him every single time, you know, and I was like, yeah, if we're going to pick a wide receiver, if we take John Walker, it's got to be Jack Beck in the second round. Because after that, you take a massive drop-off. You know what I mean? So, hey, McMillan's a great choice, too. I'm happy with it. But, you know, that's why I was so high on Jack Beck for the longest. Is exactly the reasons that he was saying right there about McMillan. But let's continue.
you guys have nothing but great things to say about him. So then what are the expectations starting next season, early next season, I imagine, for him, for the Panthers?
Yeah, just, you know, come in, earn your stripes, right? You know, we've all been rookies coming into the league, and you want to come in, you want to work your butt off, you want to get under a guy like Adam Thielen, guys that have been in the league and been successful. So I think he just needs to come in and do that and just get in line.
So Dan, one of the things that I will say that you did agree with the mock drafts on was that we needed some help on the edge. And you did address that area with back-to-back picks in the second and third round. You went out and got 2 SEC guys. You went out and got Nick and you got Princely. What are some of the things that impressed you about those guys? What do you feel like they bring to the table?
So Nick, you know, he's transferred from Purdue, you know, Purdue to Texas A&M. It's just a guy that's like really physical. He can get off the rock. He has twitch. He can beat you with speed or power. And then you look at Princely. Princely has that bend and that speed off the edge that we were looking for. And then he has an arsenal of moves too that he can beat you with. So those are 2 guys that are in.
Yeah, I like that. I think those are good explanations for that. Those picks. We'll see how they pan out.
They're going to be in the rotation. They're going to help us out right away. And I think they're both going to make a real big impact for us. And not only that, they're culture guys for us too. Like, they're tough, they're smart guys, and they're going to be able to intertwine with the defense and with the other guys on the defense right now and make us better.
So would you say that those are some of the dogs that you referenced in your presser?
Yeah. I think we got a few of those this draft. So
no question. So also, Dan, when you look at Nick, I know a lot of people kind of fell off for him a little bit because of the production drop. You know, when he was at Purdue, he played more of a stand-up outside linebacker type, which he would be playing in this defense. And I was encouraged and excited because if you watch some of the film of him on Texas A&M, when he made his biggest plays, he was standing up. He was rushing off the edge, doing some of those things. Is that one of the reasons why you decided to pull the trigger on him and watching that film on him, knowing what he did at Purdue, also being able to see what he was able to do standing up for Texas A&M?
Yeah, it's huge. You're exactly right. Just like looking at him at Purdue, and then same thing at Texas A&M. When he's up and he's in a 2-point stance, he's getting off the rock, and like he shows you the explosiveness and the moves that he has on the outside. So hopefully he brings that here. I know he will, and we're excited about him.
You also got Cam Jackson, you know, as you build depth. Derek Brown is coming back. So where do you think this D-line is, maybe even in comparison to last season, the beginning of last season?
Yeah, I feel like we really upgraded the D-line, you know, not only from a talent standpoint, but from a size standpoint. So, you know, you had a guy like Bobby Brown, you know, and drafting Cam this year. Those are two really big dudes along A'Shawn Robinson and Derek Brown. And, you know, we couldn't stop the run last year. So to add guys like that, size like that, we're not going to be pushed around up front like we were last year.
Dan, all of our starting linebackers at the end of the season ended up going down. And we were struggling at the end of the season when it came to the linebacker position. Yeah, we didn't draft one in this year's draft. Are you excited about where we are at linebacker position, or is that something that you're going to continue to work on as the offseason continues?
Ooh, good question, TD. Good question. Let's see how he answers this.
I think, you know, we're going to continue just like looking in general at every position and just try to get better across the board. But I do feel good about Josie and then Trevin's progression last year. They're two guys that we trust and we feel like we can count on. And then, you know, Claude Charles behind them is another really good player and a guy that we think is ascending and can be a really good player for us. So I feel good about that. I feel good about the D-line in front of them, keeping them clean, and they'll be able to run sideline to sideline and make plays.
Dan, so we talked about the linebacker.
Did y'all hear that? He likes the fact that the D-line is keeping it clean for the linebackers so they can run sideline to sideline and do their thing. I like that. What do y'all think about Claudin, though? Because Claudin didn't really catch my attention that much last year. Maybe he's just that guy that's out there just helping out, you know, with run support. Dan vouches for him, so I mean, all right, I'll roll with it. If Dan likes him, I'm with it. I trust Dan, so let's go.
Another position that we feel like we had to work on and we had to strengthen was the
Corner.
safety position. Yeah. And you went out and got a guy that has proven to be a winner. He's the national champion from Ohio State. Latham Ransom is a kid that I feel like is very, very physical. He plays the game the right way. He comes downhill and he gets the job done. What were some of the things that stood out about him that made you feel like he was the right guy for that room?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, you know, he's just a physical guy, you know, a guy that's going to come down into the box. He's not afraid to fill the gap and nail a running back in the hole. But he's also a guy that can play deep, you know, deep coverage. He's really smart. He's a really good communicator and a guy that really fits the kind of culture that we're trying to create here.
Then also, you got some great value in the offensive picks, too. Pick up Trevor Etienne, Mitchell Evans, and then a guy that a lot of people are talking about, Jimmy Horn Jr. What did you see in those guys as they became available to you?
Yeah, I mean, Etienne, he was a guy that we really liked. First of all, like the value that he brings in the pass game. He's also a really good runner, but he's a dual returner as well. So he's a guy that's going to be able to, you know, help us in the return game, which we've kind of struggled with. Mitchell Evans is a guy that we really liked. he's a good inline blocker, but he's also a really good receiver. You know, maybe doesn't get as much separation as you would like, but he has really good ball skills and knows how to position his body. And then Jimmy Horn at the end, you know, another punt returner. You know, he can return punts, he can return kickoffs, and then he's got that juice that can, you know, he can go deep and he can make plays. And then he's also really good with the ball in his hands after the catch and as a returner. So we feel like we added a dynamic player right there.
So versatility with all three of those guys sounds like a huge thing there.
And then we added Hunter Renfrow, like you know, just adding that. Listen, this is the deepest receiver room that we've had in a very, very long time. So I'm definitely excited about that competition, because people really have to understand what competition does. It makes everybody in the room better. It's not only is going to make the receivers better.
Did y'all hear that? It makes everybody in the room better. Competition. Makes everybody in the room better. Wow. He said it. Y'all heard it. Came straight from TD himself. Tell me where this man's lying. He ain't. I love it, man. So, Dan essentially said, you know, let's get some competitors, man. Let's get some dogs. And he did. And I said that wide receiver room was essentially on par with the 2015 wide receivers that we took to the Super Bowl in 15. Dan's mindset is, that's not good enough. Did we get a Lombardi out of it? No. That's not good enough. I respect it. Because, you know, this man is more aggressive than me when it comes to mindset about that. And shoot, I give him absolute credit for that. That's what's up right there. You know, and Thomas Davis recognizes it too. You know, everybody in the room recognizes it. So, we'll see what comes out of it. I'm excited, y'all. It's creating buzz, man. It's creating excitement. It's giving everybody a reason to watch us and pay attention to us. You know, but in doing it the right way. That's big right there. That's big. Like, finally we get some positive press. You know what I mean? ESPN's paying attention to us. All these people are paying attention to us now because of what we're doing. You know? All that negative, toxic garbage is starting to go out the window now. And you're starting to see, oh, hey, this is what we want you to focus on. This is what we want you to see about this franchise. Not Tepper throwing a drink on somebody. Not, you know, this, that, and the third. You know, somebody getting in trouble for something. No. This talent that we're building right now, this is what we want you to see. This is what we want you to look at. And they're looking at it. Because it's unignorable at this point. We made sure that nobody could look past it. Or pay attention to something else in this draft by getting McMillan. Two thumbs up. I love it. You know? So, let's finish this up. Let's see what else they got to say.
But it's going to make the DBs better, having to constantly go against that caliber of talent week in.
Ooh, TD said, yeah, it's going to make the cornerback room even better. It's going to heat up the corner competition on defense. He's right, y'all. He's right. All right, corners. Y'all better step up. Let's see what you got.
And week out.
Exactly, and that's what we want to do at every position on the roster is just add as much depth and competition because to your point, it brings out the best in everybody.
Well, Dan, thank you so much for taking the time. Hopefully you can go and get some rest now. Although I know a GM...
Brings out the best in everybody. Wow, man. That's the mentality, man. I love this. I love this. This franchise is on the move, y'all. Do y'all see it yet? This is crazy, man. Let's see what this is.
Hey, husbands, mother.
Let's see what this is, man. David Scrooge recommended this to me. It's Pat McAfee show. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. I hope I don't get no copyright for this garbage. But we'll see. Alright, y'all ready? Let's do this.
Dan Morgan.
How you guys doing?
Dan, how are you, brother?
Doing great.
Okay.
Doing great. How you guys doing?
Okay, man, we're good. We're post-draft right now, so we're trying to find things to talk about to cover 3 hours. So whenever people like you join us, we're incredibly lucky and thankful, aren't we? Hey, thank you. Thank you. And we would have to be talking about if Aaron Rodgers is going to play quarterback for the Steelers or not for the next 3 weeks. So we appreciate you taking time here. Did you hear what we were just chatting about there at the end when talking about culture and dogs in loving ball?
Yeah.
I say that because your first pick this year, the Irish Ouse, who we are a big fan of, we think he's a game changer. There was a narrative, and it might have been during smokescreen time in the draft cycle, where people were like, we don't know if he loves ball. Now, they said he loves volleyball. We don't know if he loves football. I assume that was something that you had to talk about or address with him. And what did you see or learn about the man that is obviously a great football player that said, yeah, I want him to be a Panther?
Yeah, I think part of that's probably people's way of trying to get him a little lower on the draft board because I think a lot of people liked him. You know, for us, we were really thorough in the process. You know, we brought him in here for a 30 visit. We met with him at the combine. We loved everything about him, not only as a player, but as a person. He's super competitive. He's super smart. He's tough. And, you know, he does all the things that you're looking for in a number one wide receiver. So we're extremely, you know, excited about him.
So Dan says he does everything he's supposed to do in a number one wide receiver. Ooh. Y'all hear that? There's been some fierce debates on who is going to be our number one wide receiver. Some people say Coker. Some people say Leggett. And now we got Dan Morgan settling the debate right now, saying this dude does everything that we're asking a number one wide receiver to do. Ooh. That's going to make some people grumpy in the fan base that we're not fans of McMillan. All right, let's continue.
I love that he's the 6th Hawaiian-born player to be drafted in the first round. Congratulations, T-Mac. I also love the fact that he's the first player ever to give a lay to Commissioner Goodell. Shout out Oose there. And then let's talk about what happened back in Carolina. I heard that Coach Canales actually gave a lay to T-Mac whenever he got to Carolina. And how much are we embracing the Hawaiian culture? Because it is a beautiful one over there, Dan.
Yeah, we're definitely embracing it. You know, obviously it's a beautiful place over there, but you know, we love the receivers that they put out over there. So we're excited about him. We're big Hawaiian fans now. So you know, he's going to bring that juice that we're looking for on the outside and that size. So yeah, we're big fans.
Okay, so let's talk about Bryce Young, who's going to be throwing him the ball. We saw it all unfold last year. Canales' first year as the head coach. Obviously, we saw what he did down in Tampa Bay. He was going to be the guy that was going to revive a career, save a career. Then he got a bench moment. Then he comes back on the other side of it. And it feels like your entire team kind of ignited on the other side of the benching. Got even better. Second half of the season looked like a team that is going to be one that is going to be a problem in the NFC South, and especially a team that I think Charlotte is going to be able to rally around yet again. Was that all led by Bryce Young? What did you see in the second half from Bryce and from your team?
Yeah, you know, I think obviously, you know, like any team, you know, it starts with the quarterback, right? So, you know, Bryce, you know, coming back after being benched after the second game, the resilience that he showed, and that's just who Bryce is. Bryce is, you know, he's a resilient player. He's a tough player. He's a smart player, guy that can extend plays with his legs and make a lot of things happen. So I think obviously when the quarterback's playing really good and at a high level like he was towards the end of the season, I think the team, you know, feeds off of that. And, you know, I think you saw at the end of the year, you know, that our team, you know, started playing a lot better. And, you know, that energizes everybody, and it energizes us in the office, too. So, yeah, we're excited about his future and the team's future.
Go ahead, AJ.
Oh, those words ain't going to make some people happy. There's some Bryce haters still out there. There's some haters in general still out there, man. And the fact that this man is still putting up those types of numbers and still doing the things that he is in the second half of the year, he gonna do the same thing next year with proper protection. And we reset that line. We've doubled up that wide receiver room, you know, with talent. So, and the running back room looks great. The tight end room looks great. I mean, this offense is going to pop off once we get done with it. It's going to be dangerous. The only kryptonite on that offensive line is Ickey. I'll say it again. The only kryptonite on that offensive line is Ickey. Not being able to play 4 whole quarters. But he was able to do that in the last 2 games. So, maybe this is a turning point for Ickey, like it was for Taylor Moton. We'll see. Like I said, this is a 5th-year option we picked up on Ickey. We didn't extend him. We gave him a 5th-year option. So this is a make it or break it year for him. There's some mixed feelings on that around the fan base. We'll see. But I mean, if this dude turns out to be what he did in the last 2 games of last year, and he managed to play 4 whole games of Panthers football throughout an entire season, by all means extend him. If he does not, we need to start looking for a replacement. And I'm so happy they're addressing this and they see the problem this time. They see the kryptonite this time. They learned from 2015. Thank you, God, they learned from 2015. Because, oh, God. Mike Rivers cost us a Lombardi, bro. He was part of what cost us a Lombardi. Big part of what cost us. Of course, some people would argue Cam Newton. Some people would argue a couple of other things too. But, you know, for me, Brady Christensen has filled that role. He has helped out. He has filled that gap. And I'm so very, very thankful to have him on this roster. I can't even begin to say how thankful I am to have him and Cade Mace back. It's such a relief. And I'm telling you, Dan, you will not regret re-signing these two. You will not regret it. These two were major pieces that helped save us last year on that offensive line. If they weren't there, I don't know what we would have done. It would have been a repeat of the last 5 or 6 years beforehand. You know, we'd be playing musical chairs with everybody, trying to figure it out, you know. And that's just not it. But, you know, the fact that we did retain all of those pieces, and we did double down on running back, tight end, wide receiver. It's just, I'm so happy. I'm stoked. Yeah, you can run it back with Josh Neiman and Zavala, but, you know, next year we got to address one or both of those two guys next year. If Icky plays 4 whole quarters or not, you still got to upgrade those two in some way. You know, so you're looking for the next Brady Christensen, the next Cade Mays to protect Bryce Young, in order for Bryce Young to be able to do what he's doing. So, that being said, if you want Bryce Young to continue to do what he did against Atlanta or Tampa Bay or a couple of those other teams in the second half of the season, then that's what we got to do. You know, I'm going to continue to stress it every stream, you know, because it is that important. Depth is that important on the offensive line. We've had way too many injuries on that offensive line. So it's time to put the hammer down on it. You know what I mean? Instead of just saying, oh yeah, it's a problem. Let's put the hammer down on it. That's what I want to see. I want to see Dan make a move that says this position will never be ignored again type move. That's what I want to see. And I want to see it culminate into excellent depth that we can use throughout the line. That's what I want to see. If you find a guy like that, Dan, I will personally give you a freaking handshake if I see you in Charlotte, bro. I will personally shake your hand and say thank you for what you're doing for this offensive line and for the entire Panthers organization. Because you are killing it right now, bro. I'm so excited. I'm ready for the 25 season already. Y'all got me stoked, bro. Y'all got me stoked. There's something happening in Carolina, y'all. There's something happening. Telling you. It's coming. You know, and the question becomes, do we have enough weaponry to try to take the South back? You know, do we have enough weaponry to get that division crown? I want to see that question pop up to Dan. I want to see how he addresses it. I know that he's committed to Icky. I know that. I'm not surprised about that. You know. But I want somebody to specifically address the situation of Icky not being able to play 4 whole quarters to Dan. And I want to see his response. Because it is literally on tape. Through 75% of the year at least. And let's just see how he responds to it. But yeah, I'm excited. Bryce Young was doing work second half of the year, so let's go though.
Dan, you said Bryce is obviously tough and resilient. I feel like everybody wants tough and resilient players that can kind of handle adversity. Do you guys do anything different, or what have you learned when you're evaluating these players, if they truly are like the type of players you want to bring into Carolina?
Yeah, I think a lot of times, like, you know, going back to what you just said, AJ, like, you know, when the players that we look for are players that have been through adversity before. So, you know, some of these guys, they really haven't had to overcome adversity in their life, before coming to the NFL. So we like guys that have been through adversity at the college level or in their life, whether in high school or childhood. So I think that builds a lot of character, builds a lot of toughness and resilience. So we look for those type of guys.
That's maturity. I think you mature through situations because whenever a situation happens, you change. And you can either wither or get tougher and learn from it. And I like the fact that that is a trait that you seek out. I also like the fact that it looks like you can find out if they're physically tough as well. Connor has a question for you.
Yeah, Dan, clearly you're still a big son of a bitch. You can probably bring it in the A or B gap. As a Patriots fan, one of my favorite tidbits from this draft season was Mike Vrabel put the pad on, kind of felt some of these dudes, Will Campbell in particular, to see what they were like. Did you, maybe throw the pads on, maybe even grab a pad, hit up Trevor Etienne, while he was doing some drills? Was there anything physical like that just because you have played before and you know what it's like to be out there on Sundays?
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance.
Yeah. Tough and resilient. And they've been through adversity. I like that too. I do too.
I'm not putting on the pads. I'm not putting not putting anything on my, any pads on my shoulder or anything.
Especially no helmet on that hair. Hey, the hair is.
Wow.
Great flow. You got to make sure it's right. Definitely got to make sure it's right.
You feel good? Yeah, you certainly feel good about it. Especially, hey, is that an everyday look there, or are we hat or that?
No hats. I don't wear hats.
Because you got that, yeah.
Fix the hair every day.
Jeez.
Must be nice.
Yeah, it must be nice. Yeah, the hair. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Check one thing off the don't have to worry about list. Let's talk about the draft a little bit more. Go ahead, Tone.
Yeah, Dan. D-Butt and I actually the other day were looking at after the 2024 draft, a way too early 2025 draft, and Tet McMillan and Nick Scorton, your second-round pick, were both in the top 10 there. So congrats on getting 2 top 10 picks.
Yeah, congrats.
Appreciate it.
But for Nick, he leads the Big Ten in sacks, then he goes down to Texas A&M and doesn't have the same production. So how do you scout a player like that who has a production drop-off in the year before the draft after he has an incredible year in 2023?
Excellent question.
Yeah, I think you just really have to look at the body of work. And, the production maybe dipped a little bit, but he's still super disruptive out there. He plays with a lot of energy and toughness, enthusiasm. You could just tell he's passionate about the game. So I don't really play too much into the dip in production. He was still productive in terms of tackles for loss and things like that. So he's a guy that we obviously, we felt really good about. We actually had a first-round grade on him. We had him in the late first round, so we traded up to get him. We put a priority in getting edge in this draft, which we thought was a deep edge class. So, and he was just one of those guys that we really had a liking for.
Love
so
that.
We went and got him.
Love to hear that. Love that you're making moves too. And is that we've waited this long, let's go get him now type move on draft night?
Well, right before that, there was a couple edge guys that went. So, we were just kind of looking at our board and, we're like, hey, let's go get this guy. Like, we think he can be a difference maker for us and a guy that can make a bunch of plays. So, let's go get him. So we traded up for him.
You just talked about a couple edge guys going ahead there. It was a big-time trenches draft, which I think is kind of aligning with the state of football. Ty has a question for you.
Yeah, Dan, even though you guys got a receiver, the run we had on O-line and D-line in the draft was crazy. That was obviously the deepest part of the draft, but you guys made a massive investment along the offensive line last year. Obviously, keeping Bryce upright is paramount and the most important thing. But when you see what happened with the Eagles this past year on their Super Bowl run, does that kind of just lend credence to what you guys did last year along the O-line, knowing kind of where the NFL is going and that cyclical nature that running the football and winning on the offensive and the defensive line is the most important part of the game as well?
Yeah, I think it just goes back to even, when I was playing. Like, I think we know that the game is won in the trenches. So, whether it's O-line or D-line, if you're not winning the line of scrimmage up front on both sides of the ball, your chances of winning, they go down mightily. So
Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Y'all heard that. Y'all heard that. Let me run that back. Let me run that back. Hold up. Y'all listen to what this man just said. Y'all listen. You people that believe that, one big name wide receiver is going to change the whole thing, or one big quarterback is going to change the whole thing. Nope, nope, nope. Listen to this. Listen to this again.
And then the defensive line is the most important part of the game as well.
Yeah, I think it just goes back to even, when I was playing. Like, I think we know that the game is won in the trenches, so.
Need I say more? Need I say more? Dan the Man Morgan just said it right there. Y'all paying attention yet? How do you think we went from 2 wins to 5 wins last year? How do you think we went from 2 wins to 5 wins? Because we improved the offensive line. What do you think he just did? He improved the defensive line. Guess what? That 5 wins is going to turn into 8 or 9 this year. It's going to get us the division crown, or at least in the conversation for it. Y'all better listen to this dude, man. He's spitting truth right now.
Whether it's O-line or D-line, if you're not winning the line of scrimmage up front on both sides of the ball, your chances of winning, they go down mightily. So,
boom. Y'all heard it from the GM himself. And he's exactly right. Y'all, where's the lie? Please tell me where the lie is. In that statement right there. Please tell me. Some people don't believe that. Some people don't believe that. They think you could build it just by getting a few star people off a free agent list or whatever, They don't get it. They don't get it, man. This man gets it. This man's about to lead us into the promised land, dude. I'm trying to tell y'all right now. Dan is about to lead us where we want to go. And if y'all ain't jumping on that train right there, if y'all don't believe that statement right there, I don't want to hear nothing from y'all later on, man. I don't want to hear nothing from y'all. That's up to you. Either believe in it or don't. But this train's going to keep moving whether you believe in it or not. And I'm on it, baby. I'm on it. All the way.
We wanted to build the defensive front this year like we built the offensive front last year, and we feel like we accomplished that this year. So we're excited. We're excited about the defensive front now.
I kind of wish you would get out there with them a little bit, though.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Are you lifting every day?
I'm a Peloton guy, so I do the Peloton, and then I get off the Peloton, and I'll do just some light weights. No heavy lifting.
Peloton, is that because of knees, or is that because you enjoy cycling because you were down there in South Florida?
Well, I have the bike and I have the treadmill, so I just go back and forth every day. So I just have a routine that I do, and it works for me.
You're running still, full running?
The hammies are a little shaky here lately, so it's usually more hiking, more walking than it is running.
Running is a wild thing if you got any knee stuff. The ex-professional athlete, I would like to know the number of people that are running that are ex-professional athletes. Legit. Because you're scared to almost too, I think, at some stages. If you stop running for a year, then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm not going to start doing this again. My knees are going to explode potentially. I got this treadmill.
Game changer. Seems awesome.
I got the anti-gravity. I got this anti-gravity treadmill. So
the soft tissue stuff, as you get older, it gets real. Whether it's the calf or the hamstring, you feel something grab, and then you're sitting on the couch for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and you don't want to deal with that afterwards. And the hair is always going to be good, though, no matter what you're running, walking, hiking, biking, you know, whatever the case.
Yeah, we put a little hairspray. It'll keep it upright, and I'll be good to go.
Go ahead.
What's actual lightweight for you? You know, you're saying that as if you're lifting, 10-pound dumbbells. What are we actually talking about?
I'll do like anywhere from like, if I'm doing like dumbbell bench, which I did this morning, I'm going to go like 50 pounds at the most.
Okay,
50-pound dumbbell.
That's a little pop there. Just kind of wake them up a little bit. How you doing?
Yeah.
We're running highlights right now in the studio of you from college. Hey! Hey!
Oh, yeah.
Heyday,
Yeah.
Miami.
Okay, so speaking of heyday Miami, I mean, there was a lot of conversations about Miami back in the day, a lot of documentaries about everything that was happening, not only on the field, but also off the field. We're currently in an era now of NIL where, a lot of benefits could have potentially been had back then, but they certainly are being had now. We had Jason Light on earlier talking about how the NIL has affected the player in your scouting and talking to them. He mentioned about how sometimes on film, a guy won't be on the field for like a big play because they got to get a freshman some plays, because if they don't play the freshman, he'll transfer out and they're paying him a bunch of money. Is that real? And is there any other things about the modern athlete that you've noticed while scouting these guys, trying to find your culture guys?
Ooh, good question about the NIL right there. Legit good question. Ooh, he brought up an excellent point. I've already said my piece on the NIL, but I want to hear what his answer is to this, because that's a good point, because the rookies do get benched because of that right there. Well, not the rookies, but the freshmen and sophomores would threaten us to transfer if they didn't get their NIL benefits. Man, that's good point, man. Good point. Pat McAfee's paying attention. I'm impressed.
No, I definitely think that's a real thing, because you'll be watching the tape and somebody that's a really good player that you're watching, like, they're not even starting the game. They're playing like a younger guy and trying to appease the younger guy so he doesn't transfer. So yeah, there's definitely validity to that for sure. What was the second part to your question?
Just, is there anything else from the NIL development of college ball that has changed, like, the modern athlete for you think, whenever you're talking to these guys?
I think maybe it's a little bit of an advantage to them that they're used to having money in their pocket, as opposed to the first time them having money is after they get their contract money. So I think it's actually an advantage for us at the pro level that they're already used to having money. If they didn't get in trouble with the money, then, you're really not worried about it, as, from my seat. So
good point. Good point.
I feel fine about that, and I actually think it's an advantage in some ways.
That's two GMs now that have said the same thing about that. I think we made it. Maybe the NIL thing isn't all terrible in there. Maybe it's not all terrible. Go ahead, AJ. Last question for Dan.
Yeah, Dan, when you talk to some of these head coaches in the college ranks, I guess, how has that changed? How has their attitude, or how do they view players, you think, from, say, 25 years ago to now? Has that evolved in how they, I guess, have to coach these guys? It does seem like a little bit different than it might have been in the past.
Honestly, I feel bad for, some of these head coaches in college football right now. It's just, it's just tough for them. It makes it tough. You're not allowed to really, you're allowed to, but if you discipline a kid or you're too hard on a kid, they can just transfer and they can leave now. So, I think it's very challenging for them, and, I'm happy that I'm on this side of, pro football.
Yeah.
It just makes it, I just couldn't imagine having to deal with that every day.
Yeah, but you're,
my whole thing is, like, if you're, like, a head coach in college and you have to discipline one of the college football players, right? And they transfer out. Well, that just says to me, okay, you're not serious enough about what we're trying to do here. In that case, go ahead and leave, because What we're trying to find is serious, committed players that will help us win championships. You know what I mean? In college football. So to me, those players are soft, personality-wise. And that's not what you want. You don't want those soft players. You want people that are honed in and prepped and ready to go. You know, so and want to win for you. You know, and yeah, they do take a little bit of tough love because they believe in the cause that you're trying to commit to. You know, and they commit to the cause that you are committed to. You know, so yeah, will they take a little bit of rough instruction? Will they take a little bit of tough love? Sure. But in the end, look who's getting drafted and who isn't. You know, that's the point. So, to me, it's about soft players to me. So, that's my take on it.
I guess reaping the benefits on the other side in the pro level. So, congrats to you not having to do that.
Yeah.
That is,
Appreciate that.
Yeah, that hair stayed dark. You know, having to deal with that every day. We got some grays popping up.
Yeah.
Maybe getting there a little thin. Speaking of thin, Hunter Renfrow last year got down to 150 pounds, allegedly. It is being reported. Colitis, ulcerative colitis. Is this...
Yes, this is what I have. Yes.
This is similar to what you have. Okay, so I have seen somebody that has had to go through this. Your insides basically are just, I mean, beating you up seemingly.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, so he had these fevers. Obviously, I assume he wasn't able to hold food, wasn't able to eat, I assume everything else. So whenever he was with the Raiders here, you know, obviously not a lot of conversation. You guys just signed him. You bring in T-Mac, obviously. Why the Hunter Renfrow signing? And when you learned about his actual story, what is your first messaging or thoughts from him about what this season could be for him, and how do they figure that out? Is there like medicine or something that's going to kind of prevent this from ever happening again?
Yeah, it's kind of an amazing story, you know, because I was curious too, like why he just didn't play football last year, and then, you know, his agent gave me a call and he said, hey, Hunter's interested in coming back, and you know, I think he'd like to play for you guys, and I was like, absolutely, let's bring him in for a visit, let's talk to him, and you know, let's see what we can do. So coming in and hearing his story, you know, about how he was sick and, you know, all the stuff that he went through, it's an amazing story. And, you know, for me to have him in front of me and him wanting to come here and knowing the type of player that he was out in Vegas, like, why would I not want to give this guy a shot? You know, if he can get back to, you know, the form that he played at in Las Vegas, like, he can come here and play like that, then yeah, let's go.
Also coming back home potentially over there. I mean, I'm very excited to watch him in your offense, especially with Canales' big-ass offensive brain. We haven't asked about the defense enough. D-Bud has a question for you, Dan.
Yeah, first of all, Dan, I got to thank you for passing the torch, carrying the torch as a Broward County legend. Obviously going on to Miami, doing great things, becoming
Broward, yep.
There, but
yeah, I'm interested to see what he's got to say about Hunter. That's interesting here, for sure.
Make J.C. Horn at the time the highest paid corner in the league. What went into that decision, and what do you love about J.C. Horn being the cornerstone of that defense?
Yeah, you know, I think obviously I think he's a cornerstone of our team. A guy that I wanted to lock up, you know, that was one of the things when I got this job that I wanted to do is keep our core players around here, reward guys that, you know, not only play the game the right way, but do the right things off the field as well. So JC was one of those guys that I did not want to lose him at any point. He just brings too much attitude to the defense, and he's a great leader, great person, and he's everything that you want, you know, from a player in general.
You rewarding your own guys is such a message to everybody. Like, not just the guys in your locker room, but also free agents. Like, hey, this guy takes care of his people. I hope it works over there. And I also hope that we get a chance someday to chit-chat with David Tepper. Tell me about him. Okay, hey, tell me about him, Dan. Day to day, what is he like? Because you becoming the general manager, being this ultimate football guy, in that press conference where, you know, I think you were doing 75s and maybe 100s and 50s at the time, and you were jacked up. It's like okay, feels like Tepper hired football people here and going to let football people do their thing. And I don't know if that's not how it was before, but I'm saying that was the narrative. Everybody talked about it. How has it been working with David Tepper, and what is he like just as a human?
Dave and Nicole are the best, you know, and I would say just in regards to Dave, he is definitely misunderstood. Like, he is somebody that you can talk to, hang out with, laugh with, have a good time with. He just wants to win, just like I want to win, just like Coach Canales wants to win. He's going to supply everything that we need to win. So, you know, we're getting a new indoor facility outside. Stadium renovations are on the way. So things are changing around here. Things are looking really positive, and that's, you know, that's a testament to Dave and Nicole Tepper.
Yeah, once he donated the stadium, you know, because everything we had heard before that is like, no way. Once he donated to Luke Combs and Eric Church,
flood relief,
and Caleb, I believe, for the flood relief, I was like, you know what? Hey, maybe Tepper, maybe in this big bad wolf.
Yeah.
You know, and then we start hearing more stories.
It's like
Go ahead.
It's like a villain in a movie that, like, you know, you just like, you think they're a certain way, but then, you know, then you're actually here and you're with them every day, and they're total opposite of what you thought.
Yeah, I completely understand that. Yeah, Gru, it is but whatever, because if somebody has a narrative about you, and then you do some things that feed that narrative, it only cements them. And I'm only talking about that as a human, that has happened to, you know, where it's like, I'm not like it, I'm not like it. Then you do something that they could easily say. That are like that.
Right.
We hope to meet him someday, and we're incredibly pumped for you as an ex-player getting a chance to lead a team, and it looks like you're doing a damn good job. Good luck the rest of the way on the Peloton, with the hair, and with the family and the Panthers.
Appreciate that. You guys come by here anytime you want.
Hey, Lake Norman down there is a beautiful place.
Hell yeah.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. still got that bar downtown. What's the name of it? Whiskey.
I don't think that's here anymore.
What?
If I'm not mistaken, I don't know. I don't really go out though.
Yeah, I assume you can't at this stage or have the time to. We played a bowl game down there.
Whiskey River.
Whiskey River, there it is. We played a bowl game down there. Boy, we had a time. I mean, we had a time.
Car Care Bowl?
Yeah, we beat North Carolina. We beat North Carolina down there in Mikey Car Care Bowl.
We could do a couple stops.
Where at?
Chapel Hill. Then we can go to.
Oh, Chapel Hill. A lot of convos there.
We got to get clearance.
All right, everybody stop. We appreciate the hell out of you. Good luck. General Manager of the Carolina Panthers.
Thanks, appreciate it, guys.
Handsome Dan Morgan.
All right, excellent video right there. So that covers Dan Morgan. Who else do we need to cover? Whoa. Steve Smith with a video a month ago. Is McMillan overrated? Oh, shoot.
Getting barrels is pretty much like...
Now, you know I got to cover this. This is Steve Smith, man. Come on. You know I got to cover Steve Smith. You can't not cover what this dude says, man. So let's do it. Let's do it. Real quick, though. I want to cover this one. And 3, 2, 1, let's go.
89 right here, Steve Smith Sr., James Palmer, breaking down all of the receivers in this talented, or lack thereof of talent, I'm not sure. Let's break it down. Wide receiver class for 2025. Tetairoa McMillan, T-Mac, they call him. One team told me, Steve, he is the only #1 in this draft.
Excuse me?
We'll debate.
Okay.
We got a lot of opinions. There's a lot of opinions on the 6'4", 219-pound receiver out of Arizona. The only guy going over 1,300 yards each of the last 2 seasons. 84 and 93 catches in each of the last 2 seasons, putting up some numbers. Initial thought when you started looking at the film before we get to it, Steve, is what?
Steve just tried to gather his thoughts. He tried not to say something stupid right now. Oh, man.
He's a good player.
Okay.
There it is.
I have to say that. Let's get this out of the way because, you know, I've been making my rounds around these pro days, and this is a guy that a lot of people have really talked about. I was at the Big Ten Pro Day down in Dallas, Texas, and talked to a few sources. Would you like to know how many sources that I talked to and talked to me?
I would love to hear that.
My sources, let's hit it with that hood, B31, okay? I'm just gonna let you know.
Okay.
Also had a few sources that were representing some colleges there as well. So they actually said, hey man, I really liked your assessment, thought it was interesting. And so, here we go. Let's buckle up, buttercups, because this is, I think this is gonna be an interesting one. It's gonna be, I'm gonna let you know right now, it's gonna be a lot more talking and less film. Why? Because I already believe this is a dynamic football player. I think he can play football. I'll say this before everyone, I believe he can play football. But I also read and listen to a lot of different people, because when you listen and read a lot of different people, you get kind of understanding, right? And I'm in the comments and reading some of that, and folks keep the comments coming because I think it's great. Someone, I heard McMillan, he's described like this: has all-pro potential because of his length, athleticism, and football intelligence. He's a smooth criminal of a wide receiver who has the focal point of Arizona's offense. He's unique in talent who deserves to be considered in the top 10 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Then pros. His height stands out on tape before the snap. Difference making in size. Then it goes cons. So there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 pros and 2 cons.
Okay.
Very slender build, which can impact blocking efficiently.
Okay.
Likely won't be a consistent separator versus single coverage. However, much better in 2024.
Okay. The one thing I want to get into, Steve, right here when we talk about him, and this is why this is kind of like you mentioned, talking to enough people, I know you said you have, people are kind of all over the map a little bit. The floor is very high in almost everybody I talk to. They don't think this bottoms out, right? They're just, it's a high floor. They think he's going to be a good NFL receiver.
Me as well. I believe that too.
Every team kind of judges these, and you know this, but everybody at home probably doesn't. Everybody judges these guys with different grading systems, right? Some
Yes,
are
sir.
like stars, some are colors.
Some are numbers.
Some are numbers. Yeah, they put them all in their different groupings. I will say this: like, there's a couple teams that are he's like, say, just like red, blue. They go down. Like, he's the only red guy that they have out of the wide.
Which is red guy means that he's a starter. Some teams have red as unique talent, one of a kind. So
there's also one above that, right? The blue chip.
The blue chip, yes.
5-star, the
Correct.
one you don't give out every year. I think most teams I've talked to said there may not be an offensive player that has that grade on their board. A couple of defensive guys have that top grade.
Okay.
But maybe a couple of teams don't even have an offensive player in that top group, which it's a small category. You have to check every single box as a prospect. And so he's kind of, in some teams' minds, because of all the things we're going to break down, in a little bit of a class of his own. But as this process has gone down, he's kind of slipped a little bit from being a top 10 guy to being, where is he going to be the first receiver off the board? Where in the first round does he go off the board? And let's get into the nitty-gritty of
Yes.
why that debate is happening.
Yes.
Because it also is about what you're looking for and what you need.
What you're looking for, where those teams are. So here's some of the things that has transpired. Now, you know, people in the comments that say, "Oh, he already ran his 40, Steve. What are you talking about?" Yeah, that's because we recorded it before his 40. So thank you. Now,
Dang. He recorded it before his 40. Oh, man. All right.
there's a clip out there that says, and his words is, he ran exactly what he said he was going to run, which is allegedly 4.48. Now, some of the people I talked to, they said they landed on, he ran a 4.54. Some people said he ran a 4.56. Now, I ain't no mathematician, no geometric teacher, right? Right? You know, me and calculus didn't really flow. But that math ain't mathing for me, because they were saying, well, official time was this, and that's what his team is putting out. His team is putting out, he ran a 4.48.
When you say team, you mean his personal team or Arizona?
I think,
Legit question. Which team was it?
How about that? I'll say it's Camp.
Got it. The schools like to put out a good number.
Oh, well, they do. They said, well, here's the official number. But I don't know if you guys seen any pro days on some of these networks. It's like 100 people sitting on benches at the end of the 40 with stopwatches. And I'm not sure how those don't count over yours, since they got the bag and you don't.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and then another thing, someone said to me, man, he's a great kid. I don't know if he's a good kid or bad kid. It's not my place. I don't think he's a bad kid. I don't know him. I've yet to meet him. I've watched a lot of film on him. This year, I think he played 356 snaps. The year before with Jake McCowney, 359 snaps. I watched a few. I don't watch highlights. I watch targets, non-targets. I just watch how a guy develops and goes about his business. And someone said, man, he has a West Coast vibe. Let me hit you with the brakes on that one. He doesn't have a West Coast vibe.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't. He has a island vibe. He's an island boy. And island boys, they're a little casual. They kind of go about it a different way. So I'm doing all this research because I want to make sure I represent and do this deep dive that is not good or bad. I'm laying it all out and allow the consumer, allow the fans to create their own and draw their own conclusion, not based on what you think I think about him, because technically, I'm going to tell you this and you're going to notice it over the last couple of years that I've been doing these. I try to make it seem like I love every prospect that's coming up, because I don't want you to know what I truly think about each one, because they all, just like everybody, they all got some things that you're like, oh, I wish he would do this better or do that better. But I try not to come across that way. I want to make sure that I just kind of share it. But this one is a little...
Fair enough, Steve. You know, that's all I really need to hear right there. Because he ain't going to share his real thoughts, man. He's just going to tell you, you know, the facts of the matter. You know, and if you want to continue listening to that, you can. You know, videos out there. Steve Smith Sr., you know, he go sub to him. Obviously. Let's hear what Luke Kuechly has to say, man. This is going to get real interesting. This is the one I really want to listen to.
Okay, let's talk about your Panthers. How many Panthers could know? 8th overall, they take Tataroa McMillan, a wide receiver. How impactful does he have to be week one for you not to be at least a little bit upset they didn't go defense here, Luke?
You know what? I don't even know if it's week one. I think it's just over the course of the season. Does he provide value to that offense? And I think when you look at what we've done on the offensive side of the ball, you know, really starting in free agency last year, we bring all the big offensive linemen in. Robert Hunt has been unbelievable for us. He's a great player, but he's a better person. He's really a rock on our team on the offensive side of the ball. You get Damian Lewis, Corbett, you know, you draft the first round tackle on Icky, and then Taylor Moton has been a monster. You go draft Leggett, and then moving forward to this year, you go get Tetaroa. And you look at our wide receivers in the offensive side of the ball, they're big. Thielen's 6'2", 6'3". Leggett's big. You look at Tetaroa, he's a 6'5" guy. Jalen Coker is a big guy. So they're surrounding Bryce with guys up front, guys outside, and then you bring in Rico Dowdle, you draft ETN, and then obviously having Chuba back. The team is set up for Bryce to have a ton of success, and getting him back and getting Canales back and having the continuity moving forward from last year, I think is going to be really good. So could we have gone defense? Yes, I think Jalen Walker out of Georgia he's so fun to watch and a great person, and everything I've heard of him is he is your dude. He's a Panther through and through. That's all I kept hearing this whole draft process. But for us to go offense, I think just shows our confidence in Bryce and giving him every opportunity for success.
That's a really good take. Dave Canales literally lied to me.
He's got a good point, y'all. He's got a good point. And the Bryce haters ain't gonna like that. I'm gonna say that right now. The Bryce haters ain't gonna like that too much in this fan base. But Luke Equal's got a point.
My face. Like, we all around good guy, great, like love him, love his wife, hung out at the owners' meetings. Look at how easy it was for this man to lie. Look at this. Sorry? Oh, they're grabbing it.
Okay, they're good. I was gonna say it might not.
We have to address, you know, the needs on defense first. We're 32nd in the NFL on defense, and that's something where our focus has gone to. You know.
Hey, you know what he did?
Ooh, the smoke screen he played on everybody. Even I fell for it. I ain't even gonna lie, I fell for it. I'm gonna be the first to tell you I fell for it. Dan Morgan, you are a trickster, and I like it. You know, he's being tricky for the right reasons. You know, we've had some GMs that came in here, they can't lie for anything. You know, and then we've had coaches and GMs in here that lie for all the wrong reasons. You know, and they give away the store, and they shoot. They don't even know what they're doing with their players. You know, this man knows how to lie convincingly and do it for the right reasons as a Panthers GM. And he fooled everybody. Take that to the bank, y'all. That's a GM I could mess with right there. That's a GM I can fool with. Because if you... Look, lying is bad in any case. But when this man is lying for the right reasons to improve his franchise and he's trying to get rid of the scouts, man. Yeah, I mess with that. I mess with that hard.
He didn't lie. We picked up 2 DNs. Picked up 2 defensive ends, you know?
What do you make of those DNs? What do you think of the
Hey, Luke was not wrong. We picked up 2 defensive ends, so... Was he lying? Was he lying, though?
Draft as a whole, did it go how you thought it went after that first round, or are you impressed? Are you happy?
I like what we did. I think it's been really good starting, again, free agency this year. Address the defense. Go get inside guys. Go get outside guys. I think Trayvon Mooring out of Vegas is going to be really good. Just a physical presence. And then you link him up with Ransom, who is at Ohio State. and you watch his tape, physical, thump, attitude, go get the football. And then the one thing that, you know, we didn't draft and we didn't get him in free agency, but having Derek Brown back on the inside of that defense and link him with Deshaun Robinson and Bobby Brown and some of the new guys that we got, Cam Jackson, just a big physical young guy. I like what we did. Having Derek Brown back in the inside of the defense not only helps everybody because he's a phenomenal player, but the leadership that he provides that defense as far as toughness, being at practice, physicality. He played that first game in New Orleans on a torn meniscus, played the whole game, played great, got on the plane, went home, and then woke up on Monday and said his knee hurt, and he had the knee injury, unfortunately. So for us, yeah, we would have loved to go get like a Mason Graham, or obviously Abdul Carter would have been awesome, but he was never going to get to us at 8. So I think our plan was probably all along, hey, none of those guys are going to be there. If we can't trade out and we got to pick a guy, you know, T-Mac is going to be really good, and Bryce and him obviously have that connection. So I like where we're at. I think we've done a great job the last 2 years in free agency and the draft, and you get Canales back and you get Dan and Brant and all those guys moving in the same direction. I think there's a lot of excitement down here in Carolina for what we're going to have moving into the season.
And I think I heard a rumor that Bryce and Tataroa are like hanging out already, or they were hanging out and working out. What do you know about that?
Yeah, you heard him after he got drafted, the Cali connection. So I think that's huge. I think when you look at Bryce and him meeting or seeing each other right here, that connection between wide receiver and quarterback is so important. And I saw it in Carolina. It was with Greg and Cam. Obviously, Greg was a tight end, but those guys had such great feel for each other, and they understood where each other was going, and they had routes on the backside of formations where it was strictly feel. And it was so fun to watch those guys in practice work through all of that, have mistakes, have corrections, have conversations on the side, and then when they get in the game, it was perfect. So yeah, I think them having an opportunity to be around each other pre-draft and get a feel for each other, and then I'm sure Bryce has endorsed him and talked to Dan and Dave and said, hey, I like this guy, we get along really well. It continues to move in the right direction.
And I'll add to that, you know, Jake Delhomme and Steve Smith had that kind of connection too. If you look back, you know, you watch Jake Delhomme and Steve just interact with each other, like it was just magic, you know, like those two were just constantly on the same page. They knew what each other was gonna do. You know, Steve knew what Jake was wanting to do, and Jake knew what Steve was wanting to do. So the communication between them was perfect, you know, in a lot of ways. But also in a lot of ways it wasn't, you know, because Steve was, well, Steve. So, you know, you had to kind of take that with a grain of salt. So it was what it was. But yeah, that's another great combo right there. I see that too. Let's see. We may or may not have enough time to hit the pressers tonight. I'm gonna try to do them though. Let's see. But I wanted to cover those at least. You know what I mean? Those were big for me. Post draft. Yeah.
Hi, Coach. Hi, Dan. How are you?
Hey, good. How you doing?
Doing good. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to everyone today. Would you guys like to start off with an opening statement or kick it off with questions?
Yeah, just obviously we're really excited about this draft class. A lot of hard work was put in, you know, by the scouts, by the support staff, the coaches. You know, it's just a group effort. We felt like everything went really good. We're really pleased with how the draft turned out and just excited to keep building this team and, you know, towards something, you know, special. So, yeah, we're excited. You have anything to say?
Oh, just culture fit, guys that we, you know,
all the work that we did on the film, first and foremost, the football players, and then just, thanking Eddie and Deuce for, just kind of the background and making sure that these guys fit into what we're trying to do here, and just excited that again, we got guys that fit our culture and the play style that we're looking for.
All right, thank you guys so much. We will kick it off with Joe Person.
Dan and Dave, either or both, look like a heavy emphasis on SEC defensive guys, and an offensive guy. But what is it about that conference, and have these new, as the NIL and the consolidation of some of these bigger conferences just made a bet on the SEC an even better bet these days?
Seriously. It's the SEC, man. Really? Why did we draft SEC players? Who's been winning the last few national championships? Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was done on purpose in terms of the SEC stuff. It just kind of turned out that way. Obviously, there's, some really good players in that.
Man. All right, Darren. Now, you lying on this one, bro. You lying on this one. It's SEC players. Come on, man.
Conference, and we just so happened to draft them, so I think we got some good ones that we're really excited about.
All right, we will go over to David, followed by Jeff.
Hey guys, appreciate all your help this weekend. Wanted to ask you, is there an emphasis on this team? Like, now you've got two young receivers. You're trying to go young and develop this team for the long haul. Moving on from some of the older guys you had to kind of get where you are this past year.
Honestly, I mean, the draft makes you younger, every year. So really just looking for guys that fit in, the profile that we're looking for. And, just by default nature of it, that's the way it works out. But for us, it was just about every year we have this opportunity to go in there and to challenge our roster. And the players that we selected in different spots, give us the ability to create competition in each of those rooms to hopefully just elevate the entire, performance of the group.
And you said, Dan, before the draft that you felt like everything was set up in free agency, so you guys didn't have to reach and didn't have to, take somebody you really weren't looking at. Do you feel like the way this went with the number of offensive players, taking two wide receivers, that's kind of an indication of taking best player available?
Yeah, definitely. I think, we wanted to go by the board and just kind of follow the board. And I feel like, that's when you have your best draft, is when you trust your gut, you stick with your board, and you take the best players. And that's what we did this draft, and we'll continue to do in the future. And we feel like it worked out really well for us.
And finally, what's the biggest surprise that you ran into this weekend?
What's that?
The biggest surprise, player that you weren't expecting to get, biggest thing that happened that really surprised you, stood out?
I don't know if there's anything specific that, kind of stood out, but, I think there was definitely some players that we drafted that I think maybe we had a little higher on the board than where we drafted them. So I think, maybe we got a little lucky in a sense, but hey, we're really excited that it happened and we got our guys.
Yeah, and I can only imagine that happens across the league, as all of our boards are going to be different, and we value different things, attributes as players, attributes as the person that we're looking for. And so there's just this crazy way of all 32 boards just kind of working themselves out and meshing to where you look up and there's no players up there where they shouldn't be. And if one is sticking out, that means we value them, a little bit more than somebody else might have, So that was a cool learning process for me too.
Thanks a lot.
Excellent answer.
Greetings, Jeff Hawkins from the Charlotte Post. Considering the contract status of Motown and Nicky, and not choosing a natural a tackle during the draft, are you secure in extending more time, or did the tackle just not fall into place for you guys?
First off, we are going to pick up Icky's 5th-year option just to kind of get that out of the way. I just actually notified him and figured I'd get it out of the way before I talk to you guys. So we're going to pick Icky's option up, and yeah, we love Taylor. You know, Taylor is obviously a really good player. We're excited about him and this season, and you know, from there we'll get together and we'll figure out the future. But right now we're focused on the now.
Good answer. That's, in other words, no. As far as like looking for a tackle on the board, that's what I'm getting out of this. You know, based on his body language, he's basically just saying, okay, well, this is a prove-it year for Icky. He either does it or he doesn't. You know, for a full 4-quarter game. You know, every game of the year, or almost every game of the year. As for the left tackle position in the draft, it just never was there for us to begin with. So that's basically what he's saying. They weren't actively hunting it. He's not going to tell you that, but that's how he's feeling. You know, I don't think there were tackles on his board, you know, to look at immediately. You know, they may have been on the board, but I don't think they were there, you know, as first or second or third options. You know what I mean? So that's my take. It wasn't a very highly valued position on the board. So it wasn't something that was actively huntable. All right, let's continue.
Was there a tackle that you liked and just didn't go your way, or
yeah, there was some
just like the players better?
Yeah, there were some tackles that we had on the board that we liked. Yeah, it just kind of worked out the way that, you know, we drafted a different position. So again, we were following our board and kind of sticking with that, and you know, it just so happened that a tackle wasn't, you know, the top player at the time.
Okay, I stand corrected. So that's kind of the answer to that question. Good. I wanted to know the answer to that myself, to be honest. I was wondering about that. But yeah. That's good to have that answer and really be able to finally put that in the books, you know? And put that whole debate to bed about tackle position. Like I said, Icky's on a prove-it year. So we'll see what happens.
All right, thanks very much.
Mm-hmm.
Good question.
All right, we will go to Mike, followed by Alex.
Well, geez. I mean, you just kind of broke news on us, so I'm kind of collecting myself. Just kidding. Dan and Dave, this is for both of you. I know it's weird to just go straight to a 6th-round pick, but Jimmy is kind of a unique player. Can you tell me what he brings to not just the receiving room, but the return game?
Yeah, he's a dynamic punt returner. It's really fun to watch. But he's more than that. You know, if you look at his body of work and just as a true receiver.
Wait, a punt returner? So let me get this straight. We have Blackshear that is a punt returner. Are we not sticking with Blackshear? Is Blackshear about to get cut? Ooh. Okay. No. Let's address this real quick. Because Blackshear, if that's all you do, bro, that's all I'm saying. If that's all you do, I see. He's a punt returner. He's a punt returner. Okay, he's a kick returner. So he's not that great as a punt returner. So what we did was we drafted a punt returner and we put Blackshear a kick return. Okay. Got it. Okay. Understood. Okay. Alright. Now I understand this pick. Okay. Let's continue.
You know, he's got an explosive element to him. He can stretch the field. You know, he's got run after catch ability, and so I think just that whole thing. And then we brought him in, you know, and visited with him and talked to the guy. And I think, you know, we can all say collectively, you know, we fell in love with the guy, you know, and just the passion for the game. You know, you can just feel his energy and excitement and gratitude for the opportunities that he's gotten. And so, you know, whenever you get a guy like that that's got a lot of depth of character, it's really exciting to pair that up with you know, with the playing ability.
Yeah, and he's not the biggest guy, but he has, you know, he has a love for the game, and he plays the game with a chip on his shoulder. And you know, we're looking for those type of guys, and just another guy that we're excited to have.
And then the other question is, I mean, obviously you guys want to host a kicker competition. Undrafted free agency will eventually start. You can't contact those guys right now. How aggressive do you think you're going to be in undrafted free agency with that position?
Yeah, I think, you know, not just that position, but yeah, we'll be aggressive at that position and others as well. So, you know, we need to fill our roster out, you know, to the 90-man limit, and we're going to sign the best players. And we'll be aggressive, you know, in post-free agency, just like we were, you know, during the draft. So we'll stick to that philosophy.
There you go. That's his way of doing things. And it's the right way. You know, you got to create competition, and you get the best man in the room that wins the job. It's that simple.
Thanks for all your help this week.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. Congratulations on getting through the 2025 draft. So you guys drafted Lathan Ransom, the safety out of Ohio State. Is it fair to say that y'all have a type when it comes to investing in that safety position, considering he's a physical guy, kind of like Trayvon Moehrig that you got in free agency?
Yeah, I think it's the play style, right? You first and foremost, you look for, you know, the guys that exhibit that kind of effort and juice, you know, the enthusiasm we talked about, toughness, you know, intelligent play that shows up, playing smart, you know, and a finisher, you know, and you get a chance to talk to this guy where he's just they won a championship for a reason, at a core of really talented but also really driven players, and we just love being able to bring somebody that has that winning mentality, you know, into the building.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, you know, just watching Lathan's tape, you know, just the way that he plays the game. Again, it goes back to the passion, the energy, and the love of the game that he plays with. You could tell he just enjoys the physical aspects of the game, and just being out there with his teammates, celebrating each other, and just having fun. So he's exciting to watch on tape.
And then y'all drafted 4 offensive guys and 4 defensive guys. Was striking that balance just happenstance, or was that a priority coming into the weekend?
I think it just happened that way. You know, obviously we said we want to draft the best players, and I think it really just turned out that way.
Got it. Thanks, guys.
No problem.
All right, we will go over to Joe, followed by Darren, and we have time for a couple more.
Yeah, Dave, you mentioned the character and culture fits right at the top. Anything with play style or traits that was kind of a common theme running through these 8 guys?
Yeah, all the play style things we talked about. These are guys that, you know, first and foremost play hard, and that have energy about them, about the way they go about their business, and that was why it was so important to meet these guys, you know, in person and make sure that you can feel, you know, the passion for the game, and in different aspects, excited about different parts of it, you know. But you just go through that, and you want to make sure. We wanted to make sure that we, you know, check those boxes first and foremost, so that we know what we're getting. And I think, you know, I kind of talked about this the other day, but being around our players here in the building for a year now, being able to see the expectations, you know, that our players set, the standards that our guys set in their specific position rooms, and then for the units, you know, just kind of making sure that the guys we're bringing in are as serious about winning, are as serious about attacking the day as the guys that we have.
And one last one for Dan. After taking T-Mac Thursday night, was there a pretty concerted effort to sort of make the next couple of picks or the high picks devoted to defense? And do you think you did enough for defense? I know you didn't get a corner or an off-ball linebacker.
Now there's a good question. Finally. Took you long enough to ask the right question, buddy. That's the one I wanted an answer to right there. I want to get in the head of Dan Morgan right here. What was he thinking at the time?
Yeah, you know, I think there was a plan and, you know, and process in place. We knew the strengths and the weaknesses of the draft, and you know, we felt like in that second round that, you know, we weren't going to get a real quality receiver that we were looking for. So, you know, in terms of philosophy, drafting T-Mac, we knew that there was going to be a lot of edge rushers in this draft and that we'd be able to capitalize, you know, there in the second and third round. So, you know, I think we knew the board. I think we had a feel for the league. And, you know, at the end of the day, it really worked out well for us, you know, to draft the receiver first and then 2 edge rushers that we think are really, you know, damn good players. So it worked out really, really well for us.
This for both you guys. Wanted to ask about Cam Jackson. Adding somebody of that size after going out, signing Turk, signing Bobby in free agency. How do you see all those new pieces kind of fitting together? And is there one guy, are there a couple of combinations of guys you're looking forward to seeing next to each other as you put that group together?
I think what was important for us is versatility inside. And, you know, having a guy like Bobby Brown who's played the nose, who's played all across the front, was huge. You know, Turk, the disruptive way he plays, you know, and more of a compact build, but he's really sudden, just kind of having a little bit of a different style of play. And then, you know, it was kind of the same thing as we were looking at Cam Jackson's film and kind of evaluating him. He played the nose. He's played all across the front, you know, very similar to Bobby. And for me, it's the openness for Ajero and for Coach Wash, you know, and the defensive staff to be able to let these guys show us what they can do so that we can put them in the best, you know, situations possible and find those combinations, Darren, but it gives us a lot of flexibility.
And Dan, specific to Cam, I mean, is there a quality about him that kind of stood out other than just the simple size and length?
Yeah, obviously the size and length first and foremost. Like when you see him in person and in his pads, I mean, that's a big man, big long man that can, you know, he takes up a lot of room, occupies a lot of blocks. He's going to keep our linebackers free. But, you know, I don't think many people realize just how, like, mobile he is, you know, for a big guy. You know, he can get up and down the line of scrimmage and make plays out on the perimeter. So, yeah, he's not just a big man and space eater. Like, he can move a little bit now, too.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks so much, Dan. Thanks so much, Coach. Appreciate you taking the time to talk to us today.
Seeing our mom go through all these different...
All right, let's learn about Jimmy Horn Jr. here, man. Let's hear this man speak.
Folks, a little close. Tron, I gotta ask you, just growing up, who were some of your favorite football players?
Coles Prime, D'Anthony Thomas.
Okay.
Tavon Austin.
Okay.
Barry Sanders, Bo Jackson.
Mm.
And I like what his name was. He played defense, Ronnie Lott.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys, that's an interesting list.
I like the
Usually-
old school players.
Okay, you like old school. Okay.
That's a good list, though.
So let's just say, man, if I didn't know about the receiver position and I told you to give me the Mount Rushmore, 4 receivers to put on the mountaintop, who are the 4?
Ooh.
Yeah, let's see.
I ain't gonna lie, that's a list.
Yeah.
Dang, this a good one right here. I'm gonna start bottom to top. You
Okay.
said 4?
4.
Only 4? Only 4.
Only 4. That's the Mount Rushmore.
Down. 4. I'll go with
It's tough, ain't it?
Is it?
Okay.
I'm put Calvin Johnson right there.
Okay, that's one. That's a good one. Yeah.
Calvin Johnson.
Hey, you can do your own personal
gotta
list.
think- you just got to think about the length these boys played this game for so long.
Yeah.
I'm going Larry Fitzgerald.
I mean, you got guys like, you got T.O. You got Dylan.
T.O.
Okay.
Matter of fact, yeah, let me put T.O. right there.
Oh, yeah?
T.O. Sure.
So Calvin and T.O., that's a good start.
Calvin, T.O.
If you want to name some guys today, that's cool too.
Yeah, I'm going to go Justin Jefferson.
Okay, you got to put Jettas in there.
And then I'm going to go, who could be one? That one spot, tough.
Oh, ain't no number 1. Everybody even.
Yeah.
Everybody even.
Who would I put? I slick put Deshaun Jackson right now.
That's dope.
Yeah,
I like that. I like that. I
Mm.
see the comparison. I like that.
Mm.
Okay. So, just for you, man, Colorado, obviously, great program. Love what you guys were able to do in just a short time. Can you talk about what you ultimately learned from that experience and just being able to play for a Hall of Famer like Coach Prime? I mean, he's probably the greatest football player ever.
Sure, the biggest lesson I learned out there, man, just stay humble, do everything, even when you up, even when you down, just stay humble and keep your head up, and then just stay firm to that man the ball.
I love it. So I'm a gamer, man. Play college football 25. Unfortunately, I got to create myself. But when you found out you were gonna be on a video game, what did you think?
That's a dream come true. I feel like we were the team, like everybody back in the day. I want to play with Oregon. I want to play with Oregon. I want to play with this team. Like I feel like we were that team on the game, and like man, it's a blessing to like be on the video game that I always played growing up. You know how long it's been since they had another.
I know you're part of history.
Yeah, and then like that's a blessing, man, to be back on the game. Like when it first came back out again on next gen, graphics look crazy.
I know, and I think some of the stuff that y'all do, they kind of implemented that.
Yeah.
So I know you're a dog, man, and you just want to go out there and face somebody. So we're gonna forward predict this. You're in the NFL. What you gonna be in the NFL? You're in the NFL. You look across the field. You see one DB. Who is the one DB? You may end up getting drafted by a team, ironically, but let's say if you don't. Who is the one guy you looking forward to face when you look across the field?
I want to play Jalen Ramsey.
Okay.
I like how he played, bro. It looked like he had fun out there, and I'll have some fun with him.
I love it.
Interesting
Two more
choice.
questions, man. So let's say if I get to the stadium on Sunday, the song is named after you. You get everybody hyped up. You can pick any artist to do that song for you. Who does your song? It's named after you. It's the hype song, man.
Named after me.
Yeah.
Hit him up, Rondo.
Okay. I like that. Last question. If you can compare yourself to any receiver and just look when you watch film and things that you try to learn from them from the past or even right now in the league, who is a guy that I can look at and say, you know what? I see Jimmy Horner now. I see the similarities in that.
Tank there.
That's easy.
Yeah.
That's easy work. All right, man. Well, congratulations. We're going to be talking again soon, man. Keep doing your thing, bro.
Xavier Worth. That's bold. Okay. I think he's a very interesting person. He's very focused. He's very driven. And I see the personality traits that Dan sees in him. I do. Yeah, I'm here for it. And Steve Smith apparently rated him high. Okay. There you go. So we got kind of an idea who this dude is now. What do y'all think about him? And what do y'all think? Let me know. Let's see. What else do we not cover? I'm trying to make sure we get all of it this time. Do y'all want to do McMillan's first press conference? What do y'all think? I kind of want to cover that during the schedule release. Yeah. I want to hit that one up during the schedule release stream. I mean, we've heard Dan and Dave talk about McMillan, so we already know who this dude is now. And also there was the whole thing about Coach Prime getting involved with Shedeur Sanders, you know, situation as his agent and everything else. And he wanted to be in with the first meeting with the Browns, you know, his dad. It's just, stop it. Just stop. Like, Coach Prime, you gotta know, like, where your lane is, bro. You gotta know where your lane is. You know, people respect you, man. You know, you're a legend. Let's not act like this man ain't a legend. But you gotta know where your line is, bro. For real. You can't be getting involved in everybody's crap, man. In the NFL. Like, you're retired from the NFL, bro. You're a head coach somewhere else now. Like, stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then there's Shedeur Sanders, you know, dad getting involved. You know, that whole storyline. You know, to where it gets to the point where people just got to stay in their lanes, man. People got to stay in their lanes. It's one thing, you know, people just didn't want him getting involved in all their crap, you know? You know, people respect Coach Prime for who he is, you know, but at the same time, you know, this is a dad being a dad, you know, and it's like, you got to know when to just let Shedeur do his thing. You know what I mean? Because you messed up his chances. You're saying, oh, I don't want Shedeur going to this set of teams. It's like, bro, you do realize that you just caused him to fall all the way down there in the draft, right? By saying that. You do realize that's what you did. They weren't even going to ignore him until you said that. They weren't even going to throw him under the bus until you said that. I just want to make sure that's clear. So, Shedeur, man, come on, man. I feel bad for you, dude. Because you didn't deserve that. You didn't deserve that. And you ended up in the crappiest place in the NFL. And I feel bad for you right now. Because the Browns are about to chew you up and spit you back out. You know, because They don't know what they're doing. That's an organization that has no clue what they're doing. They just paid Deshaun Watson $250 million in a multi-year deal, knowing this man is getting in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Knowing this man is doing what the heck he's doing. So, I don't want to hear it, bro. From all these people that are like Shedeur haters, or just like, why do you fall always down to the third or fourth round, blah 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 blah. It's like, yeah, he deserved to be there, blah 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 blah. You know, it's not that guy. He might be up on us, blah blah blah. No. And I'll admit it. During draft weekend, I say some crazy stuff. That included. And I stand corrected. I'm eating some crow on that. Because this dude is talented. You know? He's talented. He don't deserve to be all the way down there. I just wasn't going to hear that whole conversation because we had so much other stuff to focus on, bro. That whole Shedeur Sanders thing was a distraction. You know? And credit to Dan and Dave for not feeding into the distraction and just staying focused on what we needed to do. Don't worry about what other teams are doing unless they affect us, with draft picks wise. But stay focused, man. Don't let that Shedeur Sanders stuff distract you. We knew we didn't need him, so we left him alone. That type of thing too, so. And it's just, we know what we were doing. And we stuck to it. So. And then there's the whole Micah Parsons that. See, Micah couldn't believe we drafted McMillan. He wanted somebody else. I think it was Juwan Walker, but I'm not entirely sure. But. Yeah, I saw that reaction the day of the draft, and I said, okay. Oh, shoot. Micah Parsons is Micah Parsons. He's got his own opinions, and I respect him, man. I feel like we all felt that same way, too. You know what I mean? So everybody got their own right to their own opinions. So I'll tell you what. Would y'all like me to throw out opinions of other Panthers reactors? Reacting to the picks and my take on it? I could do that. I'm not going to do that today, as it's late. But what I'll do is I'll do that for the May 14th schedule release stream. Because we weren't able to cover everything. But I feel like we covered a lot today. I feel like we did. There is the one with Dan Morgan discussing draft with the fan. Do we want to get that one real quick? Let's get that one real quick. And then that'll be the last one. And I'll give my final thoughts and we'll get out of here. Alright.
Living with opioid addiction.
Let's see what he thinks on this one. Now, before we start, this dude has been 99.9. The fan has been known to throw some smoke at us. You know, when we were doing some stupid stuff. Well deserved, of course. So I just want to get that out the way before we get this clip started, so that everybody knows, you know, this is who this person is, and this is who this group is, you know, before we jump in here.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan, joining us on the Heister Automotive Group hotline following what I can only imagine was a very exciting and busy last few days. It's the Panthers GM, Dan Morgan, former Panthers Pro Bowler, University of Miami legend. Dan, thank you for taking the time. First of all, I guess I have to give you a little bit of credit. Like, you got me. Were you intentionally throwing smoke screens towards Jalen Walker? Because every insider, every analyst had you guys pegged towards Jalen Walker. We weren't even on the right side of the field for your first round pick.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but you know, T-Mac was definitely a guy that we liked, that we grew very fond of. You know, and I think in those type of situations, you don't want word to get out, and then you know, there's always the potential that somebody could, you know, trade up ahead of you and take your guy. So we did want to keep it kind of quiet, but yeah, he was definitely a target for us.
Yeah, since January.
Now, McMillan did kind of hint that maybe Bryce Young stood on the table for him. Did that happen? And if so, how much does the quarterback's input or him loving a particular wide receiver help that wide receiver's chances?
Yeah, you know, I communicate with Bryce, you know, amongst other players all the time. You know, just talking to Bryce and just, you know, I knew that he knew T-Mac. They were from the same area out in Southern California. They played against each other in high school, and then you know, just came to find out that Bryce was throwing with him. So, you know, that obviously piqued my interest, and you know, I stayed in contact with Bryce, and you know, picked his brain on what he thought of him, and if T-Mac was a guy that, you know, that he'd want to work with. And you know, obviously Bryce stood on the table for him and loved everything about him, and you know, that just made me feel even better about, you know, our evaluation here in the building.
What's the difference between maybe just liking a guy and standing on the table? Like, how demonstrative was Bryce in lobbying for his guy?
Good question.
You know, Bryce, you know, he really doesn't have that like big like stand on the table type attitude, but you know, he definitely made it known that like, hey, T-Mac's to me the best receiver in this draft. Like, I would love to work with him. Like, I could tell that he was really excited about him. You know, and in turn, I was excited too. And you know, to hear Bryce being excited, it just made me even that much more excited. So, yeah, it's one of those things where I think, you know, the communication was really good, and you know, I think I'd be dumb not to listen to our players.
Yeah, absolutely. If Bryce is saying, yeah, I'm gonna go all in on McMillan, I believe this is our guy. You know, I'm gonna work with him. I would like to have him on in the black and blue, man. You know, it's like that's like saying that's like saying yeah, if Cam Newton was going for a major wide receiver, you know, and he was just like, you know, this is who I want to work with. This is what I want to do, you know, and Cam having his reputation, you know, it's like, yeah, it's like, okay, cool, you know, all right, you're gonna listen to it, you know what I'm saying, like, because it's him. But like, Bryce Young, you know, hasn't exactly established his reputation yet, so, but, you know, they believe in him so much that he's established it in Charlotte, you know, in the Panthers organization, but not necessarily in the fan base, you know what I'm saying? So, but the management is the one running the whole thing. So if they say that that's what they want to do, then that's what they want to do. Yeah, I trust it.
Dan Morgan, Panthers GM, connecting with us on the Heister Automotive Group hotline. Dan, you go wide receiver, McMillan. We just talked about it in the first. Then back-to-back edge rushers with Scorton and Umamielan. I hope I got that close. Was that part of the trade-off? Was it all right if we're going to pass on the edge rushers in the first, we have to double down in the second and third to make sure you fill that hole in the roster?
Yeah, I think it was just not part of the trade-off, but more part of the strategy. You know, I think when you look at the draft as a whole, you know, wide receiver wasn't the strongest group in the draft, and then you look at outside linebacker, you know, it was pretty stacked with guys pretty much all through the first 4 rounds. So we had a lot of guys over in that column, and
that's strange because I had wide receivers graded pretty high. It is a pretty high class, but okay. Little disagreement between me and Dan there. Not a problem. He didn't think so. Okay, cool. Hey, we got our guys. That's what matters.
then less guys over in the wide receiver column. So strategically, it just so happened that we really liked the top receiver. Felt like if we got him, at 8, which we did, that there's a really good chance that we're gonna be able to potentially double dip at edge rusher. For us, it worked out perfectly. The plan was executed really well, and we couldn't be happier.
Scorton in the second.
It's strategy, guys. This was planned. The double dip for edge rusher was planned. How y'all feeling about that? That's interesting. That's really interesting.
He's a really interesting prospect. If only for he weighed in at the combine at 257 pounds, and reportedly played up near 285 this year. Is he like a road grading, set the edge run guy, or is he a speed guy off the edge? Did it look like two different players? How do you evaluate that when there's a 30-pound difference?
Yeah, so he's played, even at Purdue, he was playing in right around 280, and then at his pro day, he lost weight and looked great going around the bags and real nimble and fast and fluid. But him on tape at 280, the way that he moves, he's got a really nice spin move. He can beat you with power. He can beat you with a variety of moves, and he has a hot motor, which is what we look for as well. So he's a really intriguing prospect that, hey, like once he gets in the building, we'll figure out, what weight we want him at, where we think he may play best, and we'll see where he feels like he plays best as well from a weight perspective. So we'll communicate with him and we'll figure that out. But we got a really good player.
Is there like a secret phrase or a passcode of some kind? I assume the offense, or a lot of that evaluation leans on Dave Canales, but with your background as a player, the defense, is there something you do in an interview to make sure these guys would fit on one of your defenses? Is there some kind of
myself and Coach Canales, and the staff as a whole, we're just looking for guys that love to compete, that are passionate about the game, that love the game, that love the process. Hey, when we talk to them and we're trying to identify those traits, we have the questions, that we'll ask, and then, but at the end of the day, I think that the film's really going to tell you all you need about the guys and how much they love the game. Because if you're not out there and you're not playing with passion, it definitely shows on tape. So I think you just always go back to the tape.
That voice you hear is Dan Morgan, the GM for the Panthers, following the draft, finishing up over the weekend. Dan, looking at draft strategy, right? You brought up that you look at which position is deep and which might be a little bit more shallow, and that informs some of your picks, talking about the edge rushers and receivers earlier on. Pretty much all reports say it was a deep running back draft, and you grabbed one in the 4th in Trevor Etienne. What was it about Trevor that differentiated him from the 16 other backs that were drafted that were still on the board when you made the Etienne pick?
Yeah, I think the thing that stood out first and foremost is just his run style, the burst that he runs with, how good his feet are, how good his vision and acceleration are. And then out of the backfield, his hands are really good. You can flex them out and throw it to him out there, or you can run routes out of the backfield. And then on top of that, which I don't think a lot of people know is, we see him as a dual returner, on special teams for us. So I think that added value really put him over the top for us. And, you're getting a really good runner, and you're getting a guy that can do a lot on special teams as well. So that was our reason.
Is that a battle between him and Jimmy Horn Jr.? I assumed he was going to be getting some return looks being drafted right there at the end of the draft.
Yeah, I think it'll be a really good competition. Two really talented young rookies that, hey, they're both really competitive. So we'll see how that turns out.
Speaking of,
so he's planning on having a competition between Jimmy Horn Jr. and Trevor Etienne at return game. Interesting. Now that we didn't get from previous interviews. I'm glad I listened to this one. I like that. And you could probably throw Hunter Renfrow in there too. Hunter Renfrow would be an interesting one too. As a return man. Hey, you never know. You can use him in multiple facets. Including that one.
Competitive Lathan Ransom. Obviously pro-ready, right? Played in a ton of huge games at Ohio State. We're talking about the safety you drafted right there in the middle of the draft. But he seems to, at least from my very limited film watching, seems to fit kind of in the same category as Trayvon Merrick as a physical safety, coming up, making tackles and that sort of thing. Are you still looking for a free safety to pair with them? Obviously, Damani Richardson showed some good things last year, but is that something still on the shopping list?
Yeah, we're definitely going to explore some guys that are still out there. But, drafting a guy like Lathan, I just think he brings that demeanor and that mentality that we're looking for, that physical presence out there, that tone setter type mentality. I think a lot of people think that Trevon, is just really a box guy, but he actually is a really good deep player too, and a guy that we feel like can play, center field, half field, and do a lot of things from the back end as well. So I think that, we have a lot of versatility back there, a lot of guys that are smart and can do a lot of things, but that won't exclude us from trying to add somebody else.
Now we've already
Man, shout out Tim Donnelly, man. He's asking all the right questions today. This is a guy I actually do respect right here in the media. Because he's very intelligent. He asks all the right questions. And he really does deep dives and does his homework on this team. And other teams as well. So, shout out Tim Donnelly. I respect what you're doing, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. Because that's some real stuff right there. This dude's asking some real questions right now. He's asking some stuff that people aren't asking right now. And this particular question was about the free agent. The free safety position. Ooh, man. So that's still on our shopping list, y'all. Dan Morgan covering all the corners. Look at this. I like this. Dan's cooking, y'all. Dan's cooking. We ain't done yet. We got one more draft next year, man. One more draft. We'll finish this thing out. If we need a fourth one, we'll take a fourth one. But, I'm telling you, either 2026 or 27, man, we're about to make a run. It's gonna coming. It's coming. Y'all, we got 85% of the way there, man. We're 85% of the way. We closed a lot of gaps with this draft right here. I'm real happy with it. Let's see what other questions this man asked. I'm excited, man. I like this interview. He might get some answers out of this man that we don't even know that we're going to get out of him. Let's go.
Broken down the free agency class 100 different ways, and we're going to do the same with the draft. But the biggest addition could be the re-addition of Derek Brown to your defensive front, right? A healthy Derek Brown. Is everything coming along as scheduled with the big guy in the middle?
Oh, this man's asking about Derek Brown. You know whose name has been silent for the entire 2024 year after he got injured? Derek Brown. Not many have been talking about him. But they know his impact. You know, they know what he could bring to the table. They know what we're missing out on. And when he comes back, along with all the pieces that we get, man, it's going to be nasty. And, yeah, Derek Brown's a name that hasn't been tossed around too much lately. Shout out Tim Donnelly for this, man. I like this interview, man. This is a great one. So far, this is a great one. This is my favorite one so far.
Yeah, he's doing great. You know, he's been in the building working his tail off, rehabbing. It's been a long process. I know he's sick of being in the training room, which I don't blame him. But no, he's doing great. He looks great. We're so excited to have him back. It's almost like getting a new player back, or like we signed like a new free agent. So we definitely missed him last year, and are looking forward to have him back.
Dan Morgan, Panthers GM, connecting with us here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly. Dan, I have to know this, right? We follow the team as closely as anybody. Does Dave Canales ever get mad? Does he ever get frustrated? Does he ever slam a door? Or is he always that optimistic guy that we get to see?
He's always that optimistic guy. You know, and that's what you love about him. He's consistent. You know, he asks his players to be consistent, but he's doing the same thing himself. So that's all you can ask from a head coach and from your leader of the team, is that you're just consistent. You're the same guy every day. And I think the players appreciate that, and I think the staff appreciates that as well, is that you always know who you're getting. So I think it's a great quality of his.
Last question before we let you go, and thank you for the time. I know it's a busy time for you. I've always wondered this. In like the week after the draft, or the couple weeks after the draft, is there chatter amongst GMs? Is there like, you know, I wanted that guy, you stole him from me, or whoa, what a reach in the fifth? Like, is there a group chat somewhere where you're kind of roasting or ribbing each other?
I think like with the GMs that you're closer to, you'll definitely have conversations and just kind of like, hey, where'd you have this guy? Oh yeah, I liked your guy that you drafted, or you know, it's kind of fun seeing where other teams have them. So, you know, I think if you have a close enough relationship with another GM, it's definitely valuable. You know, just in your process of things.
Can you maybe like obscure a team name and give us? What was there a player that you got the text about where you drafted and somebody said like, oh, we wanted him 4 picks later? Like, can you give us a little something?
No, I don't really have any examples, but I think you could guess probably some of the GMs that I'm close with around the league.
All right, Dan, we appreciate it. Good luck this offseason. We'll be paying attention to every move, and hopefully we can do this again soon.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
Once again, that's Dan Morgan, Panthers GM.
That was really interesting. That shed a little bit of light on what Dan Morgan was thinking there. You know, and asking the out-of-the-box questions, you know. I like that. Yeah, I might have to start paying attention to this dude. I'm going to sub to him. You know what? I'm going to sub to him. You got my attention, Tim. You know, so. And by the way, y'all hit that sub button, man. If you haven't already, it's free. You know, hit the bell so you don't miss any of my new content, man. But I think that there's been a lot of great conversations tonight through these pressers and through these interviews, and just getting to know these people, you know, and understanding like what was in their head during the draft is just fascinating for me. That's another new one. Okay. Josh Graham, got you. I'll cue that one up, but I'm not gonna listen to it right now. I'll cover that one in the schedule release stream. How about that? I'll queue up a couple more for that stream as well. You know, so we have them set up. Charlotte Observer's looking into each pick as well. You know, we're gonna have some more stuff for you for that stream for sure. We're gonna cover at least 2 hours worth of content, definitely 3. But when we have the schedule release stream, I want to have like a round panel, you know, and just have everybody have their say, you know. You know, let's figure out what we're doing, you know what I mean? So, how do all the pieces fit? What are we doing with them all? You know, I think, and a way too early prediction. So, look for that stream on the 14th. We got about 13 days till that comes about. So I'll see you at that point for that stream. Of course, I may do like a couple hours stream of just me reacting to other stuff. In the meantime, this coming week, it may be 2 hours worth, you know, I don't know when that's going to happen, but I'll try to fit it in, and we'll see what happens. But that stuff may end up just being in the post in the May 14th stream. We'll see too. If I don't find enough that I feel is relevant, then I'll throw it in there. Alright. Final thoughts on post-draft. I think that, you know, post-draft 2020 clarity, you know, is a very, very interesting thing. And, you know, I think the biggest thing I learned from this draft this year was just be patient. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we didn't get our corner. Yeah, we didn't get our linebacker. Yeah, we didn't get our offensive lineman. But we picked them up in undrafted, you know. And it really goes to show you, don't panic. You know what I mean? You know, you're going to get pissed off. You're going to get angry. You're going to get upset, you know, on draft week. You know, draft weekend, when your picks aren't taken and, you know, you're going to pitch a fit. It happens, you know, as content creators, as people that work these boards for weeks and weeks and weeks, you know, putting in the work and the research and stuff. end of the day, we have zero control over what goes on in that draft. And we have to understand that we don't have that power to influence that. You know, as much as we think we do, we really don't. You know, because the boards fall how they fall. You know, and if we get lucky, we get lucky. I mean, this is 2 years of us getting lucky on the boards. And just it falling to us. And I think it may be a little more than that. We are manipulating the boards a little bit, you know, with the trading. And just understanding, you know, the trends of the players that are going off the board. So I think we did an excellent job of understanding that and just taking what was available to us. You know, that worked for our system and what was on our boards. So I'm very pleased with it. Very pleased. You know, and this is 2 years of successful drafts. Imagine 3 or 4, 5, 6 down the line. You know, once we built this team properly and just fully down the line. And just every year we have one problem less to deal with. And eventually it just becomes reloading it, just like the Chiefs. You know, and that's when it really gets interesting, because that's a whole new ball game, you know. So when it comes to the draft, that's a whole new strategy in and of itself that you have to implement. So, but the overall idea is the same. You know, you stick with the same nuts and bolts plan, you know, of getting what you need, you know. But it's just resetting it, you know, getting younger, you know, resetting the talent, you know, at the bottom of the order, you know, refreshing it is the goal at that point. But I mean, that's way on down the road. We're not even close to that yet. So year 2 draft is complete now. And now we put the pieces together, see what we got, and we go from there. You know? So, I mean, year 2 of the journey begins now. And I feel like we've done an excellent job of putting the pieces together that we need. And so does the front office. And we're all on the same page here. And I feel great about this. I really, really do. Like, next step, let's evaluate the talent. Let's put it where it needs to go. And then cut who we need to cut. And sign who we need to sign. And then go for a division title. I think that's the goal this year. Go for a division title. I'm all in for it. Are you? We made it this far. And if you did too and you're on that train with us, stick with it. I'm telling you, stick with it. You're starting to see results. Don't flake off now. Don't jump off the rails now. Stay on track. We got this. The management staying on track. And I'm asking you to be patient. Like I am. It's going to take another 2 years, but we're going to get there, man. But I'm seeing the results and the progress I'm looking for. And it's making me very, very pleased as a Panthers fan. Because I know it's going to be at the end of this tunnel. You know, if some of you like anime, okay? So, take it like a DBZ character, you know. Like Goku, for example. Like, you put in all that training, and then eventually you become that Super Saiyan at the end of the road, right? There you go. That's what this team's doing, man. We're putting in that work. We're lifting those weights right now. And I'm telling you, stick with it. Stick with it. Heck, I'm not going nowhere. I'm all on board. And I'm excited. I see the end of the tunnel, y'all. I see it. And this draft just put us back in a positive light. Media-wise, everything. I could not be happier right now as a Panthers fan. Because I know what's coming. If y'all believe in this team like I believe in this team, man, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the NFL news. For scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. If you want to get your hands on an intro like the one you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I.Lindara, L-I-N-D-A-R-A. For videos, panels, etc. Go check her out. Fair pricing, awesome to work with, and just in general, awesome. Tell her we sent you, and she'll hook you up if you're a content creator. Schedule release stream March the 14th. We'll be doing some game streaming somewhere in between. I'm not sure when, but shout out David Screws. Shout out my man David Fields, who was helping out in the Discord today. Shout out Lock Poppy, my moderator, who's always been here, always supporting us. Shout out Marcos Cash, man. We see him every once in a while, man, in the chats, and we love him to death, man. He's an awesome dude. Shout out all the different content creators, man, that make all this stuff possible, man, for you, for me to enjoy. Not just myself, but others as well. You know, go sub to some of these people, man. Black and Blue Podcast, C3. You know, my man Blitzball Champ Gaming. Go check him out, man. You know, we all make awesome content. Shellytron is back. You know, go check him out. Unk 2020. Go check him out. You know, if you like that type of stuff, that type of content, go check him out. You know, shoot, Big Cat's still going. Go hang out with him. You know, from time to time, man. You know, we got people around here, man. We got content creators around here, man. Spread the love, man. Spread the love. You know, it's one love, man. You know, I love doing this for you guys too, man. But you know, spread the love. Sub to a few other channels too. You know, not just mine. It's not just one channel. You know, go sub to some other people too, man. I don't know if Mr. Carolyn is active at the moment, you know, in his channel, but go sub to him anyway. You'll love his content, I swear. He's a great guy. And shout out to Tom Grossi, man, and all of our people outside of our network, you know, do what they do. Ed Oliver's a Washington Commanders YouTuber. Go check him out. Love what he does. Tom Grossi actually rated us. He's a Packers podcaster, so go check him out. But he reacts to all kinds of stuff too. So yeah, much love, man. If you're here for the gaming content, stick around. You know, throughout the month of March. Well, the last of March. Well, it's the 5th month now. It's 5th month now. So, yeah. Stick around for that content. It's coming in May. It's in May. We got some gaming content coming. I just got a PS2 emulator and I got a PS1 emulator installed on my laptop, so we're gonna be playing some video games. We're gonna be doing some stuff. I got some PC games. I got some Steam games. Let's do some stuff, man. You know, I'm excited. You know, so next couple months are gonna be fun. So we're gonna do some game streams here soon. Bet on it. I don't know when, but we're gonna randomly schedule them. Right at the moment. I don't have a set schedule at the moment. I don't believe I will for a while. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, if you're here for the gaming content, go check out Blitzball Champ. He's also a gamer as well. He does some stuff on Twitch as well too. So do I. My Twitch is Shadow Warrior 645, just like my gamer tag. His is Blitzball Champ. So if you are into that type of content, go check him out. Yeah. So that'll do it for tonight. That is the post-draft reaction stream. Thank you very, very much for joining us. Hope you have a lovely rest of your weekend. And stay happy, healthy, and well. As always, you know what to do. You always know what to do. Keep pounding. We leveled up, and now we can't stop, baby. Keep pounding.
What you doing, Zach? I'm rehearsing for...
Older.